It is 5 o'clock on the dot. This Friday morning, I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, checking to see if there's anything in your way this morning on the way to Nashville. Looks like the only thing I'm seeing right now of any major significance will be drop-off delays there at the airport on I-40. The weekend is upon us. It appears we don't have to worry about any rain until tomorrow. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes.
We are the union, mighty, mighty union.
Yeah, the United Auto Workers declaring an historic strike at midnight for the first time, targeting all three of the nation's biggest automakers. Here's the union president, Sean Payne.
We will call on select facilities, locals, or units to stand up and go on strike.
And
this is our generation's defining moment. The money is there. The cause is righteous.
Well, General Motors head Mary Barra had this to say.
Nobody wins in a strike. We have presented a historic offer that rewards you for being key to our success and a competitive advantage for GM.
Yeah, GM, Ford, and Stellantis together earning $21 billion in the first 6 months of this year. The union seeking a 36% boost in pay, a 4-day work week, and the return to pension and retiree benefits. They are ready to employ targeted strikes, meaning not all 146,000 members will walk at once. Right now in Nashville, Metro Council member Freddie O'Connell is the next mayor, getting 60% of the vote to Alice Rowley's 36%. Afterward, O'Connell telling supporters,
we're going to begin a transition process. And it's going to focus on three important things that we've all talked about for the past year. How Nashville grows, how Nashville works, and how Nashville moves.
The new mayor, vice mayor, newly elected at-large council members have their first meeting October 23rd. News 2 reports that a Coffee County man has been arrested for an alleged role in the January 6 U.S. Capitol riot 2 years ago. 56-year-old Alan Jennings of Hillsborough attended a Stop the Steal rally near the Washington Monument before entering the Capitol, according to authorities. They claim they have video footage showing Jennings chasing retreating Capitol police officers with what looked like a knife. Since the events on January 6th, 2021, more than 1,100 people have been charged in nearly all 50 states. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Chuck Sievertson.
Strong gains by the major indexes at the Thursday close. The Dow up 332 points. The broader S&P 500 added 38 and the Nasdaq up 112. This after reports suggesting the U.S. economy is still humming, though inflation may also be. Some of the strongest action was in the bond market, where Treasury yields swung up, down, and back again following reports on U.S. retail sales, inflation, and unemployment. Chip designer ARM Holdings rallied in its public debut. One report said U.S. shoppers spent more at retailers last month than economists expected. Such spending has been a linchpin for the economy, but it could also encourage retailers to keep trying to raise prices further. Another report from the Labor Department said fewer workers applied for unemployment benefits last week than expected, which implies the number of layoffs remains low. A third report said prices at the wholesale level rose more last month than economists expected. That could be discouraging as far as inflation and interest rates go.
All right, checking futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street this morning. Dow futures up 100, S&P futures up 3, NASDAQ futures down 18. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
507 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is time for Nashville's Morning News, along with Ken Weaver, Johnny B. Anybody else find it kind of funny that everybody's pearl clutching over Kevin McCarthy throwing down the F-bomb?
He said fiddlesticks?
He did. He said fiddlesticks. Wow. You know, to be honest with you, I've thrown down just a scant 5 minutes ago. It was kind of funny. I was preparing this story, and I myself threw down the F-bomb.
I haven't done that since 5 o'clock. And fortunately, it happened right before I went on the air.
Well, listen, here's the thing, is that what this is all about, really, is the left. They're relishing everything that's going on within the House GOP. I mean, that's what it is that because they perceive what's going on within the Republican Party in the House of Representatives as some sort of dysfunction. Would you like to talk about dysfunction? Would you like to really talk about dysfunction within the Biden administration? Because, we can and we will. But this is how Jake Tapper started off his broadcast last night.
The House Republican Conference behind closed doors sounded a bit like this. I'm not going to bring those actual nasty words into your living room, but Speaker Kevin McCarthy held a closed-door meeting with House Republicans that was intense and became heated.
Of course it was intense and heated. They're trying to pass a spending bill, you numbnuts. So he's responding, of course, to Matt Gaetz, who has been going after McCarthy ever since he became Speaker. Now, it's all about this constant threat that looms over the head of Kevin McCarthy, where Gaetz and other Republicans, they can file a motion to vacate the chair, and that would lead to an immediate no confidence vote in the Speaker. I don't have any confidence in any of these people, to be perfectly honest with you. Now, they're arguing over a bunch of things, right? They're arguing over spending. They're arguing over this impeachment inquiry. Now, remember that Gaetz, and I played some of this audio for you yesterday, because McCarthy and Gaetz, they've been jawing back and forth. I mean, it's been, months or years, really, this has been going on. And so Gaetz has been going after McCarthy on the various news channels where, remember, he said this about Kevin McCarthy yesterday.
I couldn't tell if you cut away to Kevin McCarthy or a commercial for low T, because yesterday's impeachment is somehow today's not impeachment. Good gracious, if we actually have to go make the case against Joe Biden, let's hope we have effective people like Jim Jordan and James Comer making the case and maybe turn off Kevin McCarthy's microphone.
I mean, in that one little, how long was that? 17-second soundbite. You've got Matt Gaetz basically saying that Kevin McCarthy is the poster boy for low T, calling him ineffective as well, among other things. And so I understand why Kevin McCarthy is getting a little PO'd, because Gaetz is going after him every single day about a number of different things. And so I think McCarthy, with this whole, threat of a no confidence vote, I think McCarthy he's tired of this. And he says, so file the damn thing and let the chips fall where they may. I totally understand what Kevin McCarthy is saying. Now, I'm not agreeing with McCarthy on this. I tend to be more Matt Gaetz, pro Matt Gaetz and team Matt Gaetz versus team McCarthy. But I also understand that for McCarthy, this threat can get a little old, and it's, every single day, another interview Matt Gaetz is giving to, frankly, the enemy, which is CNN or MSNBC.
Kevin McCarthy is going to advance an actual impeachment on Joe Biden, a lot like he was going to advance an impeachment of Ali Mayorkas. Remember back in January of this year, he kept saying we were going to impeach Mayorkas, and the people that were blocking his speakership were blocking the impeachment of Mayorkas. Well, once Kevin got power, all of that just went by the wayside. And I think you're witnessing the same gaslighting and the same illusion and the same mirage right here. He doesn't really mean it. He knows he broke the deal in January. He knows there are enough of us in the Republican conference who want to hold him to that deal. And so he's throwing impeachment out like an ill-cast lure, and he has no real intent to follow through.
I mean, clearly. But here's the other thing that I would say. As the media, they're on the left, as the media is, really, again, relishing, they're gleefully reporting all of this within the House Republicans. What is going on the other side of the aisle? What is the left? What are the Democrats doing as it relates to Joe Biden? Because Joe Biden, it is like one train wreck after another. So at least on our side of the aisle, you actually have, the Republicans trying to hold each other accountable. Where's that kind of behavior on the other side of the aisle? I would say to Jake Tapper. Okay, so what are the Democrats doing to hold Joe Biden accountable? Nothing. Here's the amazing thing. They didn't even, the media, CNN, Jake Tapper, all of these media outlets didn't have anything to say when Joe Biden and the Biden administration sends them a note, sends them a letter, a memo from the White House saying, well, you better cover the Republicans and cover their lies. Are you kidding me? And Jake Tapper, you don't have anything to say about that? But you want to go on and on about, these conversations, heated, going on within the Republican Party? Okay, fine. You know what? I will take, here's what I will say to Jake Tapper and all these people who are really just gleefully reporting on this one little F-bomb. Maybe it was 2 or 3, I don't know. But at least we're engaged in a conversation that ultimately is designed to help the American people. What are the Democrats doing on the other side of the aisle? Nothing. This is what McCarthy said after that whole meeting.
Threats don't matter, and sometimes people do those things because of personal things, and that's all fine. I don't walk away from a battle. I knew changing Washington would not be easy. I knew people would fight or try to hold leverage for other things. I'm going to continue to focus on what's the right thing to do for the American people. And you know what? If it takes a fight, I'll have a fight.
All right, so there you go. He talks about changing Washington, and I understand that, but the reality is that it is Gaetz and the Freedom Caucus that is trying to change Washington, D.C. I don't necessarily know if that's Kevin McCarthy, because you know how this ends up, right? You know how this is going to end up with yet another continuing resolution. They're not going to cut any money from the budget. They're not going to stop their gross spending, and it's going to continue on and on and on. And so we'll see where this goes, but, I love how, again, the left is just excitedly reporting on this story, not even really understanding how they look in all of this, because they look absolutely feckless. Because it is their president who is in charge. It is their president who has led us to this point where the economy, inflation, all of these other things that we talk about on a daily basis on Nashville's Morning News that is making your life miserable. They don't have anything to say about that. I would love to see people on the other side of the aisle. I would love to see the Democrats go after Joe Biden the way that Matt Gaetz is going after Kevin McCarthy. By the way, this is what Gaetz had to say afterwards.
I'm concerned for the speaker that he seems to be a little rattled and unhinged.
I love that. So you've got Gaetz, who is pushing McCarthy and pushing McCarthy and pushing McCarthy to the edge. And then Gaetz said, well, I'm a little concerned about his stability.
I'm concerned for the speaker that he seems to be a little rattled and unhinged in a time when we need focus and strong effort. Whether or not McCarthy faces a motion to vacate is within his own hands. All he has to do is come into compliance with the deal we made in January.
All right, so there you go. 5:15, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. 5:15, sunny today, a high of 84. Rain on Saturday, a high of 78. Mostly sunny on Sunday, a high of 81. And right now, 57 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Always love hearing from you folks on the Super Text line. By the way, speaking of Joe Biden and the left holding Biden accountable, anybody else find it awfully rich that all of a sudden now, because remember, over the last week, we've seen a number of things going on. We have seen CNN releasing that poll talking about how the American people are just incredibly frustrated with all things Joe Biden. As I said, that was a shot across the bow. That was CNN basically telling the Biden camp that he needs to drop out of the race. Then you had the big story, I think it was yesterday, where the Washington Post ran that opinion piece. David, whatever the heck his name was, I covered it yesterday, but he was talking about in the Washington Post how Biden and Kamala Harris both need to go bye-bye. That was the Washington Post telling, and this is a guy who Joe Biden really likes, telling Joe Biden that he does need to step down, not run for re-election. And so everywhere you turn now, it does seem like the left is finally going after Joe Biden. The thing that I find fascinating, and that I think a lot of people may be missing, is where the hell have you people been? I mean, we've all been, here on WTN and in conservative circles, we've been talking about all of the things that the people on the left have been now in the last week finally discussing regarding Joe Biden. We've been talking about this for 2.5 years. Now they are, I would say showing their true colors, because now it's politically expedient for them to talk about the lies of Joe Biden, the economy of Joe Biden, the age of Joe Biden, the fact that the dude, it happened again yesterday. He got lost trying to leave the stage in Maryland. We'll talk about that. So the more that they finally come to their senses and they're talking about, all things Joe Biden, the thing I would say, because this is making news today, CNN ran a whole big segment on the lies of Joe Biden. The thing that I would say is, okay, well, where have you been? Because this has been going on since before the election. But he did. He told another lie yesterday.
I taught at the University of Pennsylvania for 4 years, and I used to teach political theory.
Well, the truth is, no, he never taught political theory at the University of Pennsylvania.
In fact, Don, I taught you at broadcast school. You may not remember that, but I do.
No. Now, they do say that Biden was an honorary professor at the Philadelphia school, serving as the Benjamin Franklin Presidential Professor of the Practice. Whatever.
Let's go fly a kite, kids.
That's exactly right.
And then I'll shoot it down.
You and Dick Cheney. You know how much Biden made for maybe a dozen appearances at the school? Guess. Johnny, Ken, do you guys know how much Biden made for a dozen or so appearances on campus where he may have given a little speech or whatever it is?
$5 million?
No. Well, maybe off the books. $900,000.
Wow. Boy, that's how you could get that Corvette.
I want some of that Biden privilege, man.
I do, too.
I mean, seriously.
I could have 3 homes.
Oh, he was a professor.
Yes, I was.
So
I was also a member of the Rolling Stones, too. I'm going to be on their new album.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Don't be angry with me.
Oh, I'm angry, all right.
And don't be angry.
I feel like I had a little too much coffee this morning. That first segment may have been a bit much for 5 a.m. But you know what? Here's the thing. You know how much cursing there is in Washington, D.C.? Obama and Biden, and certainly Donald Trump is no choir boy. There's a lot of cursing that goes on, so stop with the pearl clutching already. It's dumb. By the way, CNN did do an entire segment on Joe Biden's lies. I've got the audio coming up next, right before the news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. We always talk about Dr. Kevin Mitchell and how he is a big-time supporter of WTN and, yes, a patriot as well. And he is helping put American flags back up across Middle Tennessee. It is called the Patriot Way Project, and they're all about the flag and our freedoms. And you can check them out and donate at patriotwayproject.com. And Dr. Mitchell, of course, is also about helping to relieve your chronic back, neck, and knee pain at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. You know that he did help me years ago. I am still going strong. They are experts in spinal decompression therapy, and it is healing with no surgery and no addictive pills. So call Dr. Kevin Mitchell today, 615-246-5009, and get started. 615-246-5009. Tell him Dan told you to reach out. Painisbad.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11 or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors, because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
Well, the big three automakers are under strike. Well, at least the United Auto Workers Union is calling for workers to strike at the big three automakers, and this is historic. We'll tell you why. Nashville elects a new mayor. NASA says they cannot rule out another Earth out there somewhere, but for now, they just don't have the proof. These stories and more at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So how... I know Ken just covers the news. Johnny, how bad do you think Freddie O'Connell's going to be?
Ready, Freddie? It's going to be more of the same.
0839 says... Now, so I'm looking at... Because you know what I like to do, and then I'll get to the audio of Biden.
All right.
But I like to look at the text messages from what people send, just like the old ones. So 0839... last night at 8:38 p.m. says, "We won, bitch." Now, the funny thing is he put the word "won" in, because he's obviously a hate listener. And so he put the word "won" in capital letters.
Oh, of course. He wants to make that.
Yeah.
We won.
So there you go.
I like the Tennessean this morning because they had all the female council members that won that were Democrat that saying the voters are sending a message to Tennessee.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
you know what?
boy.
Let's see how. And here's the deal. Let's see how how Nashville fares under Freddie O'Connell.
Yeah.
But I believe that he is going to be far more progressive than Mayor Cooper. I think that I'm obviously clearly not a big fan of Mayor Cooper, but at least to me, Cooper had some sense about him. He wasn't a flaming leftist. I believe that O'Connell is a flaming leftist. So, but we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if he was honest when he said that he was for license plate readers, because you listen to some of the comments that he's made on LPRs, and he says, well, yeah, I approve of them, but... And then he goes into this long montage or this long conversation about how, they're an invasion of privacy and how he's an IT professional and he's got some concerns and we could have a whole new, group of victims out there because their privacy.
Just pillow talk.
Blah, blah,
was
blah,
just
blah,
pillow
blah.
talk. He had to get elected.
He's wishy-washy.
We'll see what happens with Freddie O'Connell. Anyway, very quickly, and maybe we'll get into more of the hate listeners coming up at...
Nashville voters made history too, boys.
Did they?
They did indeed.
How about that?
What did they do, real quick?
Well, apparently, according to the victoryfund.org, Nashville and Davidson County voters elected the first transgender candidate to the Metro Council.
Well, how about that?
That's exciting.
I just do the news, boys.
I know.
I'm just telling you.
I know. You know what? I'm feeling a McCarthy coming on, so I better just move right along. I don't have time now to play this audio. Doggone it. All right, guys, listen. During the Gang of Three Amigos, I'm going to play this CNN audio, 1:36 of CNN, sort of doing a roundup of all of the lies of Joe Biden. So we'll talk about that. You know, all day today, all day during Nashville's morning news, when I say I want to throw down a McCarthy, we all know what that means, okay?
Right.
I know what you mean, Don.
And Ken just covers the news. I love you, Ken. 5:29 on Nashville's morning news. Well, whether it's really hot or really cold, you need to make sure that your HVAC system is working and working well. That all comes down to maintenance, folks. You got to become a Beehive member from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, because when you do become a Beehive member, I've been one for 10 years, that means that you get 3 thorough maintenance services a year, including plumbing. Plus, you also get no overtime charges 24/7 and 10% off of all repairs. Now, what if your HVAC breaks down in the middle of summer or the middle of winter? You get front of the line service when you are a Beehive member. That means that you get yours fixed first. You get it fixed quickly and efficiently, as a matter of fact. So call Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and become that Beehive member, 615-775-7833. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
5:30 on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Going to tell you when you have to worry about rain this weekend during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And for the first time ever, the United Auto Workers Union is calling on hundreds of thousands of workers to strike at the big three automakers at the same time. Here's Union President Sean Fain.
The price of vehicles went up 30% in the last 4 years. CEO pays went through the roof. They're already millionaires. They went up 40%. Our workers got 6% pay increases, and inflation went up 19%. We're going backwards.
GM, Ford, Stellantis together earning $21 billion in the first 6 months of this year. Here's GM head Mary Barra.
Nobody wins in a strike. We have presented a historic offer that rewards you for being key to our success and a competitive advantage for GM.
Now, the union wants a 36% boost in pay, a 4-day work week, and the return to pension and retiree benefits. Right now in Nashville, Metro Council member Freddie O'Connell's the next mayor. He says the work starts now.
I start with what our metro government, our local government is supposed to be doing, supposed to be offering people. I want to rebuild some of the confidence and some of the fundamentals, the sidewalks and trash collection, just the way we have the government oriented as a customer service organization. That is going to help people live here more effectively.
O'Connell, the new vice mayor, several new council members have their first meeting on October 23rd. And right now in our nation's capital, Dave Packer has the details of a report on UFOs.
The Pentagon has traditionally investigated UFOs. Now, for the first time, NASA has taken a year-long look at what it's calling UAPs, or unidentified anomalous phenomena. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
And the top takeaway from the study is that there is a lot more to learn.
They don't seem to be from aliens.
The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin.
Nelson says the study of UAPs will require new techniques and a shift in perception. The report cautioning the stigma around reporting UAPs poses an obstacle to collecting data.
That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
538 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Three Amigos. I'm Dan. Johnny's there. Ken's over yonder. Morning, boys.
Fiddlesticks.
Ah! Nice. I've been holding back a sneeze for like an hour.
Have you now?
Yeah, I can't for whatever reason.
You're not supposed to do
Does
that.
that ever happen to you? No, I'm not intentionally holding it back. It's like I have to sneeze.
Yeah.
And then it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, that has happened.
Does that happen to you?
Very frustrating.
That happens, and also I love when you get uncontrollable sneezes.
That's me too.
Yeah.
I'll sneeze like 30. I threw out my back one time sneezing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that reaching for a coffee cup.
Have you?
Yep. So it says right here, although quite rare, some severe risks of not being able to sneeze include damage to the blood vessels, ruptured eardrums, hearing loss, and vertigo.
You know what? I get the same thing, though, listening to Biden.
And so does he.
So does America.
Yeah, everybody does.
Speaking of which, this is CNN finally covering, and I apologize. I was supposed to do this like 2 segments ago.
That's all right.
CNN finally talking about Joe Biden and his lies and covering his lies. This is, by the way, they missed a whole bunch, but whatever. This is a minute 36 seconds of what you rarely hear or see on CNN, which is the truth.
This president has a pattern at this point of either inventing or embellishing stories about his own past, his biography. He did it 3 times in one speech last month alone. He claimed he had witnessed a bridge collapse in Pittsburgh when he actually showed up about 6 hours later. He claimed that his grandfather had died just days before he was born himself at the same hospital. In fact, his grandpa died more than a year before in a different state, not the same hospital. And he also repeated a favorite false story that I and others have debunked over and over again about a supposed conversation with an Amtrak train conductor he was friends with, who was actually deceased at the time the conversation would have had to take place. And that's not all. There are some more serious ones in my view. Previously in his presidency, he claimed at one point he'd been arrested during a civil rights protest when, in other versions of the story, he just said an officer had taken him home from a protest. He said he had visited the Pittsburgh synagogue where worshippers were killed in a 2018 mass shooting. In fact, he had actually spoken to the rabbi, but never went. And he's made a whole bunch of others, too. He said at one point, Republicans like to bring this up, he said that he used to drive a tractor trailer. He used to drive an 18-wheeler.
That's your
Never
favorite,
happened.
Ken.
The White House later clarified he used to drive a school bus at one point as a job briefly. School bus, of course, not an 18-wheeler.
No.
So whatever his intentions, whether it's foggy memory about stuff that's going on decades ago or deliberate embellishment, this is an unfortunate pattern that keeps coming up again and again with Joe Biden.
Boy, that's a soy boy if I ever heard one. But finally, they're reporting the truth. What, did Obama let him do it? Hey, it's okay now.
Go ahead and run that story. I approve of it.
Well, see, the thing is that, I mean, one, they missed several, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they missed the one about the kitchen fire in Delaware.
Yeah, how it almost claimed his family.
And
claimed his family's life.
You know, we almost lost a couple of firefighters that day, Ken.
Yeah.
And almost lost my Corvette.
And those classified documents.
And my cat.
So, I mean, but again, I mean, I'll go back to my point, which is, why are they now just talking about this? Because, one, there's all those lies, but there's also the lies about actual policy and things that are going on in America. Like, for example, you know, Bidenomics is a good thing and the border is closed. I mean, those are both also lies that Joe Biden and the Biden administration continue to tell. And so this is just his speech in Maryland. I've got a whole segment on this coming up in the 6th. His speech in Maryland was so incredibly riddled with lies. I mean, you can't, he lies more than he tells the truth.
Yes.
So does he tell interesting stories about things he never did?
Yeah, he said, I played the audio in the last hour where he said that he was a professor at UPenn.
Yes.
Jesus, man. I mean, and again, not to belabor the point, but when the guy on the CNN, when he said, yeah, Republicans like to talk about this one, well, why haven't you been talking about this one for the past couple of years since he's been president or before? he became president, because he's been long known as a liar and a plagiarizer. I mean, whatever.
Well, you're loaded
how
for
many
bear
times
this
can
morning,
we
aren't
say
you,
the
Brother
same
Dan?
thing every day?
Oh, I know.
Ken, what do you got?
Well, NBC did a story about near-death experiences that I found interesting. They interviewed Mary Curran Hackett of Cincinnati, who was in cardiac arrest for several minutes back in 2004, and since then has written about her experiences.
It was like almost going home, and there was nothing to be afraid of.
And then when she came back,
and I could see everything, feel everything, hear everything, even though I know now I was medically dying. I felt an overwhelming rush and almost a pressure being pulled, like almost like a force field being pulled back into my body. Then I woke up and saw the doctors that I had been seeing working on me.
Says she's no longer afraid to die.
If you talk about how you're going to die or what's going to happen when you die, it frames how you are going to live. And what could be more impactful?
So she claims to have a good experience, but then others in this study apparently claim to have delusions of monsters or faceless figures. The doctors say they don't know what might be going on there, but they're excited about the brain possibly surviving up to an hour after the heart stops beating if you could get to a hospital on time. That, they say, points out how important it is for everybody to learn CPR techniques in case you're around somebody who kills over. Keep them alive until the ambulance gets there and then rushes them to the hospital.
Yeah.
But they're also asking doctors out there now to start asking folks who have been technically dead for several minutes to ask them about their experience.
You ever talk to somebody who that's happened to? I know somebody who basically died of COVID and came back.
I've talked to a couple of people. I've heard from some family members about some of my family members.
And everybody's story is eerily similar, right?
Yes.
You see lights and, some of these other things.
Right.
If this happens to me and I see monsters or faceless figures and I come back, I'm going to start praying and going to church.
I'm going to church every day.
Hey, Lord, man.
You better get Jesus in your life, baby.
I remember my father had open heart surgery. He claimed that during the procedure, he said it was the weirdest thing. He said, I felt like I was on the ceiling looking down. He said, I could see everything that was going on.
Yeah.
I could see them working on me. And he said the minute they started my heart back up, he said it was like instant. I was back in my body.
The person that I know, he says that he had a conversation with God, and basically he and God had a conversation, which was, are you ready to come home or do you want to go back? I mean, this guy says that he was given a choice, and he said that he wasn't ready to come home yet. And so God sent him back.
Interesting.
See, that's very
Now, just so you folks know, if I'm given the choice, I ain't coming back.
No.
Me either.
You kid in Nashville has hired Freddie O'Connell to be the mayor. I ain't coming back.
Let me tell you something. If it is actually God giving me that choice, I'm saying, Father, take me.
Take my hand now.
See, that's the thing.
Well, see, after talking to my aunt, too, because she was the same way. She came back from a stroke, and she was more lucid. I mean, she was, because we talked to her, and she claimed that she had spoken to God. And my wife even asked her, she said, what was God like? What was his voice like?
Yeah.
And she said, very soft-spoken, but matter of fact. And the whole thing about it, when she was discussing it with us, it wasn't like she was, she told you immediately. And I asked her, that what makes him upset with us as human beings. And she said, the arguing, the getting angry with one another. That makes him upset.
I hope he didn't hear my monologue at 5. I'm going straight down.
I've got an uncle who passed away. Well, a great uncle who passed away. And my cousins have told stories about how he would, before he passed, he was getting there. And they would hear him talking from the bathroom. And he's by himself in there. He would be having conversations.
Really?
And the daddy, who are you talking to? And he said, there's angels. There's angels around me.
Wow.
So,
what's interesting is
who knows?
When there's people, and by the way, Dakota says, Dan, don't wait for something like that to start praying and going to church. I wasn't talking about me, Dakota. But here's the thing. You hear these kinds of stories and then you wonder, how in the world are some of these folks still atheists? Because there's so many people that have the same experience. And I mean, it feels to me like a proven fact. And then they'll dismiss it like, well, that's just, the brain, and it does strange things when the body shuts down and the brain is shutting. I don't believe that.
I don't either.
I believe that when we die, we do go to heaven. I mean, people have different versions of it, but I cannot wait. I don't know about you guys. I cannot wait to go to heaven, to see all my father, my grandfather, all the people that I know that have passed away and I know that are in heaven. I can't wait to see those folks. And so for me, when I think about going to heaven and leaving Earth, I'm not scared. I am not scared to die. I cannot wait to get to heaven because I know that nothing but joy awaits.
Exactly.
I'm not afraid to die. It's the process. I don't like the process of dying.
Well, see, I want to die like my father did, which was quickly. It was very fast.
Yeah.
It was.
How did he die?
It was an instant heart attack. I mean, it was a heart attack, and it was massive. And they said he probably didn't even know what hit him.
Now,
I thought that's the way I want to go.
My grandmother on my mom's side, she died in my mom and my grandmother were washing dishes together. And all of a sudden, my grandmother falls over into my mom, and my mom holds her up. My nanny died of an aneurysm. Just like that. Boom.
Wow.
Yeah, to me, that'd be a better way to go.
See, I want just enough time to be able to say goodbye to the people that I love on earth. And then, Jesus, come take me away.
Well, see, that's very cool about my father was that we were alone for a couple of minutes, like about 15 minutes, where it was just me and him.
That's cool.
And we had a very deep heart-to-heart of how much we loved one another. And he told me he was very proud of me for what I've done in radio. And I also told him I was very proud of what he did.
Wow.
And that I was proud that he was my father. And we had this deep heart-to-heart. And then it was probably just a few minutes later he was gone. So that is a great gift.
I think when we all have aged parents, you guys have this? Ken, I know you probably deal with this too, where it's like every time you talk to them, you wonder if it's going to be the last time.
Yeah, it's always in the back of your mind.
It was in the back of my mind. In fact, that's why I went to my sister's house to see my father.
Yeah.
I was allergic to all of her animals, but I told my wife at the time, because we were supposed to do something else, I said, I want to go see my father because I don't know how long he's going to be here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how many moments I'll have with him.
I go through that every year when I go see my mom, whether it's in North Carolina, go back to, California. And it's just, the older that she gets, it just, earlier this week, I get a text message at 2 o'clock in the morning, hey, mom's in the hospital.
Goodness.
What the, and luckily she's okay.
Good.
But it's just one of those things where, it feels like every 3 weeks she's in the hospital for something. So, I'm sorry. This is depressing, but
not at all. I don't think it's depressing. I don't think it's a fact of life.
It is a fact of life, and
the good news is this study seems to show that if you can get somebody who's having cardiac arrest, if you can get them to the necessary equipment and doctors on time, their brains will be okay for about an hour, and this study shows the brain actually starts healing.
Wow.
Listen, here's what I want to know. Like, when I die and I go up to heaven, is it me with hair? or can I go back to I'd like to go back to 140 pounds at all my hair. If
Yeah.
I could just make one small request.
Yeah. I wonder if I'm going to have my mullet I had as a senior in high school.
You know what? I would like to have my mullet back and have people not laugh at me. That's what I would like.
Yeah. Will I be fat Ken or skinny Ken?
You know what? Heaven is a place where mullets are acceptable anytime.
Well, they should be.
Yeah.
And you can eat chocolate cake and not gain any weight.
That is heaven.
Yes,
And in heaven, carbs are a good thing.
Yes.
There you go.
Can you say fiddlesticks?
Can you drop down a few McCarthys? I don't know, probably. That might be frowned upon in heaven, but you know what? We'll have to wait and see when we get there.
Yes, sir.
5:54 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Want to tell you about my friends at Window Nation. They've got a great deal for you. Now, this month, the operative word is more. When it comes to new windows, they always give you more value, more quality, more selection, and more energy savings. And right now, the more windows you buy, the more money you save. Up to 50% plus a lot more. You pay nothing for 2 full years. It's another amazing deal on the windows that deliver more for your home. Listen, mortgage rates are really high right now. Everybody knows that. So you can actually save money by staying put and upgrading your home, investing in your home with new windows from Window Nation. And don't forget that great deal. 50% off plus a whole lot more. You pay nothing for 2 full years. You get 50% off all style windows. Another amazing deal on the windows that deliver more for your home. 866-90-NATION is the phone number. Tell him Dan told you to reach out. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
6 o'clock on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. The weekend is upon us, and it appears we don't have to worry about rain until tomorrow. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes.
We are the union, mighty, mighty union.
United Auto Workers declaring an historic strike at midnight for the first time, targeting all three of the nation's biggest automakers at the same time. Here's UAW President Shawn Fain.
We will call on select facilities, locals, or units to stand up and go on strike.
And
this is our generation's defining moment. The money is there. The cause is righteous.
Well, General Motors head Mary Barra had this to say.
Nobody wins in a strike. We have presented a historic offer that rewards you for being key to our success and a competitive advantage for GM.
Well, GM, Ford, and Stellantis together earning $21 billion in the first 6 months of this year. The union seeking a 36% boost in pay, a 4-day work week, and the return to pension and retiree benefits. Right now in Nashville, Metro Council member Freddie O'Connell is the next mayor. He got 64% of the vote to Alice Rowley's 36%. Afterward, O'Connell told his supporters,
"We're going to begin a transition process, and it's going to focus on three important things that we've all talked about for the past year. How Nashville grows, how Nashville works, and how Nashville moves."
Well, the new mayor, vice mayor, and newly elected at-large council members have their first meeting on October 23rd. News 2 reports that a Coffee County man has been arrested for an alleged role in the U.S. Capitol riots 2 years ago. 56-year-old Alan Jennings of Hillsborough attended a Stop the Steal rally near the Washington Monument before later entering the Capitol, according to police. Authorities claim video footage shows Jennings chasing retreating police officers with what appears to be a knife. Since the events on January 6, 2021, more than 1,100 people have been charged in nearly all 50 states. Market Numbers Report, brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. BeaconCM.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
The major stock indexes rose Thursday after economic data suggested the Fed will hold off on raising interest rates next week. The Dow gained 331 points and edged a little closer to 35,000. The S&P, which closed 0.8% higher, matched the Nasdaq, which had a similar percentage gain. 13,000 auto workers are on strike as of midnight after the UAW and the big three car makers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis, failed to reach a deal on new contracts. Union members began picketing in Missouri, Michigan, and Ohio. A company you might never have heard of is trading on the Nasdaq today. Shares in chip design firm ARM jumped almost 25% in the initial public offering Thursday. ARM's market cap ended the day at $65.2 billion. And Haagen-Dazs is jumping on the autumn hay wagon. It's announced its pumpkin spice shake featuring dulce de leche ice cream. It's available now through November 14th.
Dulce de leche? Give me some of that. Right now, Dow Futures up 109, S&P up 5, NASDAQ down 4.
I'll stick to Rocky Road, thank you.
Dulce
or maybe
de
some mint
leche.
chocolate chip.
Dulce de leche.
Sure.
How about some of that, Brother Dan?
Mint chocolate chip.
Cookie dough.
Cookie dough. Chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. That's what we need.
Boys, I'll tell you what, I'll take all of it.
That's exactly right. Let's not be picky. If it's ice cream, I'm eating it.
Well, that kind of depends. They're coming up with some weird versions of ice cream these
Unless
days.
it's Ben & Jerry's. We don't like Ben & Jerry's on this show.
Commies.
All right, go ahead. Moving on. Time check, 6:04.
NASDAQ futures are down 4. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here. Indeed, for Friday, 2695 says, welcome to Nash Francisco. See, I like that. Freddie O'Connell, you know, I think, Ken, would you call Freddie O'Connell? I mean, I don't think there's anything moderate about him. He seems very progressive to me. So we'll see ultimately what he does. But, you know, from the super text line, we were talking about that earlier, the new mayor of Nash Francisco, Freddie O'Connell. So there you go.
Ready, Freddie.
There you go.
Well, we...
Now, are we ready for Freddie? No. Sorry,
Johnny and I had a conversation with a fella in our building who calls him the pop quiz mayor.
The pop quiz mayor?
Yeah, I say he looks like a kind of guy that would spring a pop quiz on, you know, Weaver's acting up again. We're having a pop quiz.
Yes. Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
You never liked that.
Yeah, he looks like a college professor.
I didn't do very well with pop quizzes.
Yes.
No, I didn't do well with tests whatsoever.
I didn't either.
Not the best thing I did in school was typing.
I couldn't even do that because usually that was lunch hour, right after lunch hour. And
you lose those motor skills with all that smoking that you did during lunchtime,
were you
Johnny?
there, Dan? He must have talked to one of my schoolmates that
Anyway.
did that to me. Here, Johnny, let's do this. I don't know, man. I got typing next. You'll be fine.
Speaking of...
What's wrong with you, Mr. Bozeman? You can't... you're having real trouble with this. Yes, ma'am, I am.
You got
a brownie?
slide the
you
pinky.
You got a brownie?
Speaking of alternate realities, President Biden was in Maryland talking about the greatness of Bidenomics. Listen to this.
The new economic vision has been labeled by those in the Wall Street Journal and the London Economist and some of the more conservative press as Bidenomics. Well, they didn't mean it as a compliment at first.
Wait for it.
At first?
But now they're getting it.
Whispering Biden is back.
Wow.
Now they're getting it.
Yeah, we're getting it all right.
We sure are.
We're getting it.
Right up the...
Keister.
You know, the thing...
Whoa!
The thing is, of course, you know, with Biden, and we knew that this was... That's why I was talking in the 5 o'clock hour about how CNN and some of these other outlets, they're talking about, you know, Joe Biden and all the lies that he has been told now. They're finally, you know, catching up to the rest of us, talking about all of the lies that Joe Biden has told. Yet here they are not calling into question one of the president's biggest lies right now, which is about the economy. Because the perception of the American people is reality. Right now, the perception is that we have seen some improvements, but things are still really bad, especially when you compare it to Donald Trump's economy. We saw inflation rise month over month and year over year up to 3.7%. It's no longer, the 9.1% that we had last year. That is true. But here's the thing, and other people have pointed this out too. We will never get that money back. And just because things have improved doesn't mean that you're not the one, Joe Biden, who train wrecked it when you first came into office. Biden's massive spending plans are what caused the inflation. His war on domestic oil production, that is what caused our issues with the economy. The American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, both of these things did not help. They neither helped the economy, and specifically, the American Rescue Plan did fuel inflation. Because basically what he was doing, and you folks know this, he was giving people money that, frankly, they didn't need, that artificially infuses money into the economy and sent prices higher. The economy was already improving coming out of COVID. And so then he continues on with this speech in Maryland. And it's like every 25, 30 seconds, there's another lie. Now, there's an abundance of data out there that will tell you that, no, the economy is not doing well. This is more of what Biden had to say because, when he goes on and on, when the president goes on and on about the success of Bidenomics, all you have to do is a quick Google search to find out how bad things really are. Now, again, granted, things were a lot worse last year, but now over the last couple of months, after some improvement, we see things going south again. This is Stuart Varney on Fox News.
In 2022, the inflation-adjusted income for men dropped $3,620. That's for men. For women, it dropped $2,880. Every income group lost ground.
Right? I mean, this is something we all have experienced. I would ask you, how much did you lose or how much have you lost since Joe Biden took office? Because you'd have to talk about, where your 401k was and then where after last year when Biden train wrecked the economy, how much did we lose on our 401ks? You get all these people that have been having to spend money utilizing their credit cards to pay off bills and buy groceries and so forth. So there's a lot of different indicators that will tell us how much money we have lost. And so when Biden is out there saying, hey, you know what, the economy is doing really well, you know what?
But now they're getting it.
I think we actually all do get it about how bad the economy has been with credit card debt. How much credit card debt are you in from paying off your bills and buying food with your credit cards? Can you buy a house? Can you upgrade your home? Can you borrow money? No, because interest rates keep going up.
But now they're getting it.
We do understand that, as a matter of fact. No matter how Joe Biden tries to spin, things within our economy just are not going well. The morning of his big economic speech yesterday, we covered this at the tail end of the show. The producer price index jumped 0.07% in August over July. That's almost double the consensus expectation of 0.04%, and the biggest jump in 14 months. In other words, things are not going well, regardless of what Joe Biden is trying to tell you. Energy costs are going up again. The New York Post puts it this way. With 17.4% cumulative inflation since Biden took office, inflation-adjusted mean household income in 2022 plunged 2.3% from 2021, dropping $4,000 below the 2019 level. In other words, Biden can try to spin the numbers all he wants. The American people understand, you understand, what is going on with your economy. How much money you have lost, how much value you lost in your 401k, How much now are you in debt on your credit cards? High interest credit cards, by the way, because you had to utilize those credit cards to pay off groceries and buy food. And so no matter how the president tries to spin this, things are not going well. Of course, now we have the UAW and the auto workers. They're on strike now. So surely now what's going to happen with this is this means cars are going to end up more expensive. We'll see how long that goes. By the way, you know what they want? UAW, we'll talk about that coming up next. 6:16 on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Sunny today, a high of 84. Rain on Saturday, a high of 78. Mostly sunny on Sunday, high of 81 and 56 degrees now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Going back just very quickly to Biden's speech, because I don't think anybody really listens to his speeches at this point. Oh, and by the way, he did get lost trying to get off the stage again. So his exit from the stage was even more confusing than his take on Bidenomics.
Yeah.
But, when you look at the polling, and that goes back to what I said at the beginning of that monologue, which is the fact that the polling, the perception of the American people is our reality. And so when you look at all of the polling that shows that, we're not happy with the economy and we're not happy with the way Joe Biden has dealt with our economy. And yes, I do believe that it was his policies that did cause inflation. Now we see gas prices going up again. We do see interest rates, going up and up and up. And so it's all connected to Biden's massive spending plans coming out of COVID and his war on domestic oil production. So, he can try to spin this all he wants, but the American people do know better. Now, as far as the UAW and their strike goes, workers at Detroit's big three auto firms, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis, all going on strike for the first time in history. You're talking about 13,000 union members walking off the job to demand better pay and benefits. Now, listen, I'm not a big fan of unions. I'm going to warn you about that right now. So I'm going to have, I guarantee you with this next comment, people from the unions, they're going to start, emailing me and texting me and whatever. Email is dan@997wtn.com, 615-737-9986. The United Auto Workers are demanding a 40% pay increase and a 4-day work week. That's going in with good faith. I mean, they want a 40% increase and a 4-day work week. Now, the automakers have countered with roughly half that. Who knows what's going to happen? These days it does feel like employees have what's the right way to put this? Have the leg up on the employers. Johnny and Ken, close your ears. But that is what it seems like. It seems like the employees, because there's not a lot of people that are wanting to go back to work. But the unions have had there's no other way to put this. Unions have had an erosive impact on Detroit and on the automotive industry here in America. And the other thing about the unions is, as everyone knows, they seems to me more about politics these days than sticking up for their employees. So there is that aspect of it as well. But we'll see what happens. I predict, I don't know. Johnny, you got a prediction on how long this UAW strike will last? 13,000 union members walking off the job, and they want a 40% pay increase and a 4-day work week. And by the way, I know that there's more to it, but I don't want to dive too deeply into this because I think this is going to be solved probably pretty quickly.
Well, the whole thing is these union members, they've done it to themselves. They voted for their own demise because this administration has done nothing but gut their industry because they're pushing these vehicles, these electric vehicles and it's killing the automotive industry.
Yep.
Because no one, A, can afford these vehicles, nor do a lot of people want them. They're being forced, and you can't force something like that. Let the free market decide.
0132, and they wonder why companies move to Mexico.
Exactly.
I knew this stuff was coming too. So
Oh, sure.
Anyway, whatever. 621, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got a lot more straight ahead.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11 or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call, or you can call 615-851-1950.
Got a big 3 automaker union strike. Nashville elects a new mayor. NASA says they can't rule out another Earth out there somewhere, but for now, they just don't have the proof. These stories and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Ken. By the way, UAW, according to one guy on the super text line, you know what UAW stands for?
What's that, Brother Dan?
You ain't working. That's what this guy says. Other people talking about the UAW strike, saying that all they're going to do is automate and bring in all the automation. And so if you guys, if the union wants to play hardball and ask for a 40% raise and only work 4 days a week, good luck with that.
Especially during an economy like this. Good gracious.
Ford actually came out, and by the way, it was Paul that said that UAW stands for you ain't working. The other thing to think about is the CEO of Ford said we can't operate on 4 days a week. So then what if you want to operate 5 days a week or 6 days a week or whatever it is, that means you've got to hire more workers. That means more union members, right? So this whole thing, there's a lot of anti-union folks on the super text line this morning. I'm just saying. And yeah, to me, it just seems like there is way too much politics within the union. That's number one. And number two, whatever happened to the free market? That's the other thing.
Exactly. And what these union workers don't understand, the only winners that are going to come out of this are the automakers and the unions. They're not.
You're right.
Yeah, prices for cars are going to go up.
Oh, yeah.
Well, of course. And, people are talking about how union workers, 9081 says union workers are prima donnas. It goes on and on. So, I think, to me, the union, it did have its time. The UAW did have its time. That time has long since passed because, frankly, I believe that they lost focus.
Well, when they were going after safety, there was no reason not to be for them because that's very true. I mean, that was needed. But when it started getting political and started basically holding companies hostage, that's when we lost faith in them. And that's when they lost their usefulness.
Exactly. Thank you, Johnny. 629 on Nashville's Morning News. The Kellum Stem Cell Institute. So many of us deal with things like sports injuries and concussions, even Lou Gehrig's disease and autism. Well, there's good news these days. Whether it is you or a loved one suffering, there's now a cutting-edge treatment available for you from the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Dr. Ethan Kellum specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. This is your body providing your cells and your solutions. And Dr. Ethan Kellum can help you today. He is, by the way, an official doctor for the Tennessee Titans. Now, what they're going to do is help you with all of these various ailments. And by the way, they now accept Care Credit. So call them today, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute, 615-850-4415, 615-850-4415. Call today for your free consultation, KELLUM, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute.com, your body, your cells, and your solution.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories this Friday morning. We're going to tell you when it might rain next during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. For the first time ever, the United Auto Workers Union calling on hundreds of thousands of its members to strike at the big 3 automakers at the same time. Here's President Shawn Fain.
30% in the last 4 years. CEO pays went through the roof. They're already millionaires. They went up 40%. Our workers got 6% pay increases. And inflation went up 19%. We're going backwards.
Yeah, GM head Mary Barra fires back.
Nobody wins in a strike. We have presented a historic offer that rewards you for being key to our success and a competitive advantage for GM.
UAW seeking a 36% boost in pay, 4-day work week, and the return to pension and retiree benefits. Right now in Nashville, Metro Council member Freddie O'Connell is the next mayor. He says the work starts right now.
I start with what our metro government, our local government is supposed to be doing, supposed to be offering people. I want to rebuild some of the confidence in some of the fundamentals, the sidewalks and trash collection, just the way we have the government oriented as a customer service organization. That is going to help people live here more effectively.
O'Connell, the new vice mayor, several new council members will have their first meeting in their offices on October 23rd. No Buc-ee's for Clarksville. Channel 4 says the Texas-based gas station convenience store notified Clarksville planners it intends to withdraw plans to build on I-24 right there near the Kentucky line. But Buc-ee's might revisit the idea sometime in the future. For right now, it says it just can't come to an agreement on infrastructure with TDOT. And in our nation's capital, Dave Packer has details of a report on UFOs.
The Pentagon has traditionally investigated UFOs. Now, for the first time, NASA has taken a year-long look at what it's calling UAPs, or unidentified anomalous phenomena. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
And the top takeaway from the study is that there is a lot more to learn.
They don't seem to be from aliens.
The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin.
Nelson says the study of UAPs will require new techniques and a shift in perception. The report cautioning the stigma around reporting UAPs poses an obstacle to collecting data.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
I want to tell you about my friends at Zero Res. Listen, Dan Mandis here, heading into fall, and that means friends and family going to be coming over to for the holidays and a lot more time outdoors as the weather cools. And that also means a dirty carpet. Now, look, in my house, we've got Riker, we've got the dog, and we track a lot of dirt into the house. Now, lucky for us and you, there's my friends at Zero Res. Now, they come in and they attack the dirt in your carpet without using harsh chemicals, and there's no soapy residue. Now, that means that your carpets are going to stay clean and fluffy and free from dirt. And a great deal going on right now. 3 rooms of carpets clean for only $109 plus. You get a free hallway as well. And yes, you do get that 20% off of air duct cleaning as well. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. You can also book online at ZeroResNashville.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It is the right way to clean. 637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, for Friday. Dan Mandis here along with Johnny B. Ken Weaver as well. You know, it's interesting because you see things on social media and you wonder, what in the world is all that about? I saw this next comment by Donald Trump on social media, and it did make me want to check more into it because I do find it interesting. Because there are some people that are, you know, and I'm a big fan of Donald Trump, but he said something during his interview with Megyn Kelly that I thought it gave me a little bit of a pause. And so the question from Megyn Kelly seemed to be a very simple one. And here it is.
Can a man become a woman?
I mean, it's just that simple. I mean, that question from Megyn Kelly, can a man become a woman? That's not a hard question. The answer to that is no. A man cannot become a woman.
Can a man become a woman?
That's the moment that was going viral on social media. Donald Trump's answer to that question. Yeah, the answer to that question, Donald, is no. And see, here's the thing. I don't know. Why is that such a difficult question to answer? Now, again, that was the moment that went viral. Now, I'm going to play you the rest of Donald Trump's answer, which, by the way, also wasn't great. Because to me, he did a lot of tap dancing, and I was having kind of a hard time actually pinning down where he stands on this very simple question.
Can a man become a woman?
In my opinion, you have a man, you have a woman. I think part of it is birth. Can the man give birth? No. Although they'll come up with some answer to that also someday. I heard just the other day they have a way that now the man can give birth. No, I would say I'll continue my stance on that.
So I'm not sure exactly what his stance was.
Yeah,
I mean, did you guys get a stance in there?
That was clear as mud.
Yeah. The only thing that stood out in my mind was that. Whatever. Look, I'm a free agent. All the Trump supporters are going to get mad at me and start sending me nasty grams at 615-737-9986. Here's what I will say. Ron DeSantis, he has an absolutely very clear answer when it comes to that question. And that answer is no. And so I don't know why Trump was so perplexed by all of that, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, here's the deal. Either you love Donald Trump or you hate him. Again, I'm a free agent. I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I will tell you, though, that DeSantis is falling. I saw a headline just a few hours ago that shows that in South Carolina, DeSantis is dropping now to like 4th. So even though DeSantis tried to restart his campaign, it really doesn't look like it's going very well for Ron DeSantis. And I believe, and people will continue to go Donald Trump versus Ron DeSantis. I don't think it's even that anymore. I mean, is anybody talking about Trump versus DeSantis? No. I mean, it is despite this train wreck of an answer regarding, can a man become a woman? To me, I think that it is clear that Donald Trump is going to be the nominee. And I think that with the more indictments we see, the more the former president is going to be able to consolidate the support of the Republican Party. I do find this interesting, by the way, because, of course, you heard the news. Hunter Biden has been indicted on these gun charges. Hunter Biden, this is the headline from the Daily Mail. Hunter Biden is in a dark, gloomy, defeated mood. Welcome to America, Hunter.
Yeah, you're right with the rest of us, buddy.
See, it's so funny because I read that headline. Hunter Biden is in a dark, gloomy, defeated mood. Welcome to our feeling here in Nash, Francisco, after Freddie O'Connell is now our new mayor. But that's how America feels. because of everything that we talk about all the time regarding the border, the economy, and so forth. But anyway, he is apparently worried, Hunter Biden is, at the millions of dollars in legal debt that he now faces. Apparently, old Hunter, he is in despair. Well, here's the problem. You know what the problem Hunter faces? Is that his father is not going to be, I don't believe that Joe Biden is going to be the nominee in 2024. I don't believe that. At this point, you have clearly the Democrats turning on Joe Biden. So the gravy train for Joe Biden is over. I mean, there's not going to be any more influence to peddle. There's not going to be any more opportunities for, bribery and these kinds of things. And so Hunter Biden, for the first time in forever, the first time in his life, he's going to realize what the rest of America feels. Responsibility, which he's never really had to face before. They say Biden faces up to 25 years in prison after being indicted on 3 felony charges for lying about his crack cocaine addiction when buying a gun. You think he's really going to go to jail? Let's go to the phones. Let's not. Super text line. You think Hunter Biden is really going to go to prison? I don't believe so. One of the big questions, of course, facing the president, will you pardon your son? And I think Joe will pardon his son. 6:45 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. It's 6:45. Rain on Saturday, a high of 78. Mostly sunny on Sunday. High of 81 right now. 56 degrees at Super Talk 99.7, WTN, and at Nashville's Morning News. So, yeah, yesterday, this is the headline. Will Joe Biden pardon son Hunter? Possible prison sentence on gun crimes raises questions, even though Karine Jean-Pierre said it would not happen. We'll have to see. The White House has so far been unequivocal that President Biden will not pardon his son Hunter. But that stance will be tested now that Hunter Biden has been indicted on 3 counts of over gun charges and faces a possible prison sentence. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre bluntly stated in late July that Joe Biden would not make the controversial move following the spectacular collapse of Hunter's plea deal with prosecutors. See, that's is part of the whole dynamic, because all this time you knew that the fix was in. You knew, and Karine Jean-Pierre and all the other folks, they knew that the DOJ was doing everything they could to try to protect Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and the Biden family. And we could go down the road of money laundering, bribery, IRS, gun charges, all of these things. So it's easy to say, well, no, the president won't pardon his son, when you know that the DOJ and the Washington, D.C. apparatus is trying to protect Hunter Biden. But now that this has become a reality, what do they say? Crap gets real. Now it's gotten real for the Biden administration. And so we'll have to see ultimately what happens to Hunter Biden. My 2 cents is, I doubt, number one, is, okay, so let's say Hunter Biden does end up going to jail. Well, then whoever the president is next, whether it is, if the Democrats keep the White House in 2024, then whoever that person is would go ahead and pardon Hunter Biden, I'm sure. Or if Hunter steps down and Kamala Harris is, God help us, ultimately the president, then she would pardon Hunter Biden. I really don't know. You see, because for me, it's not about Hunter. For me, it's about Joe. I could give, can I be honest? I could give 2 craps about Hunter Biden. Like, the guy's a degenerate. He truly is a degenerate. And I also believe that his father is a degenerate as well. But I really don't think all that much about Hunter. because like James Comer and Jim Jordan have been saying all along, their investigations are not about Hunter Biden. Their investigations are about Joe Biden and everything that Joe Biden has been involved in over, many, many years. So we'll have to ultimately see what happens. By the way, the super text line, boy, is it active this morning, 615-737-9986. And Mike H. says, Joe loves his son. Of course he would pardon his son. A lot of people are checking into the super text line. I did ask the question, do you believe that Hunter is going to go to jail? At 2488, there's no way Hunter is not going to jail. Jason says, if Hunter goes to jail for more than a week, I'll pay you $100. I don't think that's going to happen, Jason. I mean, for me, I just don't believe that Hunter will spend any real time in jail, even though he should. I don't believe that he will. And so you can keep sending the super text in. Again, 615-737-9986. Coming up, the media is having a really fun time. And we're going to go through, again, some of these super text line comments regarding Donald Trump coming up right before the news, because we were having some fun at the former president's expense regarding the question that Megyn Kelly had for the president. Can a man be a woman? And the president's answer, pretty much clear as mud. We'll talk about that as well, and we'll get your reaction to that, to the president's reaction, coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. One of the other things that we're talking about, there's a lot of news out there today here on Nashville's Morning News. One of the things I find funny is the media and their reaction to this fight between Matt Gaetz and Kevin McCarthy. And what happened last night, I've got CNN. Well, look at right there. It's as I look up on CNN right now, it's 6:50. They're still talking about Kevin McCarthy and what happened last night, or yesterday, I should say, behind closed doors. The Democrats and their partners in the media, they're really excited over what happened between Kevin McCarthy and Matt Gaetz, as reported by Jake Tapper.
The House Republican Conference behind closed doors sounded a bit like this.
All right, so we'll continue to talk about that because I think the media is being rather silly on this, but we'll discuss that and a whole lot more in the 7 o'clock hour here. Oh, and by the way, some illegal immigration news, some migrant issues as well, coming up in the 7 o'clock hour too. Stay close to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, DT McCall's. Listen, if you need a lawnmower, you need some furniture, you need some appliances, first place you need to go, my friends at DT McCall's, either online or in person. Now, just go to their website, dtmccalls.com, and check out their incredible selection of everything. And by the way, if you buy something online like I did, they will deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. Now, at DT McCall's, the price on the tag is the price. They don't try and sneak in additional charges, and that is what I call Middle Tennessee values. They've been here in the volunteer state for nearly 100 years, treating people right and doing what's right, offering great products at fair prices. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to stop by one of their 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online at dtmccalls.com.
Big three automaker union strike. Nashville elects a new mayor. Another Tennessean arrested for the January 6th U.S. Capitol riot. And Metro Nashville Public Schools to hold a job fair today. They've got hundreds of jobs they want to fill. These stories and more at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 6:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Former President Donald Trump last night.
Can a man become a woman?
In my opinion, you have a man, you have a woman. I think part of it is birth. Can the man give birth? No. Although they'll come up with some answer to that also someday. I heard just the other day they have a way that now the man can give birth. No, I would say I'll continue my stance on that.
So Jessica says, I think Trump may be trying to word things more politically correct to reach the more moderate Democrats. He's so unpolitically correct that it comes out as Trump's answer. This is from 7415. Trump's answer can be a man become a woman. He was afraid to step in on voters. I think he's trying to be, a little bit more politically correct. And I think Jessica's right, trying to reach some of those more moderate voters. You also have 0193. You have a man and you have woman. So his stance is no. He is being careful because he is the front runner for the presidential election. A new poll you've got to hear also is coming up next regarding all of that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News for Friday on WTN.
7 o'clock on the dot this Friday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We'll tell you when it's going to rain next during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes.
We are the union, mighty, mighty union.
United Auto Workers members declaring a historic strike at midnight for the first time, targeting all three of the nation's biggest automakers at the same time. UAW President Sean Fain.
We will call on select facilities, locals, or units to stand up and go on strike.
And
this is our generation's defining moment. The money is there. The cause is righteous.
And General Motors head Mary Barra with this.
Nobody wins in a strike. We have presented a historic offer that rewards you for being key to our success and a competitive advantage for GM.
Union wants a 36% boost in pay, 4-day work week, the return to pension and retiree benefits. The union ready to employ targeted strikes, meaning not all 146,000 members will walk at once. Right now in Nashville, Metro Council member Freddie O'Connell is the next mayor. He got 64% of the vote to Alice Rowley's 36%. Then afterward, O'Connell told his supporters,
we're going to begin a transition process. And it's going to focus on three important things that we've all talked about for the past year. How Nashville grows, how Nashville works, and how Nashville moves.
The new mayor, vice mayor, newly elected at-large council members have their first meeting in their new roles on August 23rd. News 2 reports a Coffee County man has been arrested for an alleged role in the U.S. Capitol riots 2 years ago. 56-year-old Alan Jennings of Hillsborough allegedly attended a Stop the Steal rally near the Washington Monument before later entering the Capitol, according to authorities. Authorities claim video footage shows Jennings chasing retreating Capitol police officers with what looked like a knife. Since the events on January 6th, more than 1,100 people have been charged in nearly all 50 states. And later today in Nashville, Metro Nashville Public Schools holds a job fair to fill hundreds of jobs the district says they need filled.
So far, about 500 people have pre-registered for this event, and it's the third job fair within the last 3 months. Today's goal is to fill open positions, support positions, and that ranges from bus drivers to classroom associates. There's 350 support roles open right now, but MNPS is not the only district working to get open positions filled. It's a statewide problem. The Tennessee Department of Education found that 2/3 of school districts started this school year with an average of 20 openings.
That is Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac at the Coleman Park Community Center, where today's MNPS job fair will be held. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures are up ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Well, at least the Dow is. Dow futures up 83. S&P futures up 2. NASDAQ futures down 20. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, Johnny Ken, make sure I do this. John Rich is throwing it down. I love what I believe that he is about to do. John Rich, of course, he's been on this show a few times. And he's calling out, I'm going to play the audio at 7:35. He's calling out some of these big-time country artists that you no doubt know who fired their band members, who fired their bus drivers, who fired their roadies over not being vaccinated. And, you know, when you look back on all the people that did lose their jobs and lose their careers because they were not vaccinated, now, you know, we see all of these things through a different perspective. All those people that got fired for not being vaccinated, I think that when you look now, because a lot of companies have sort of reversed that policy where it's like, well, we're no longer going to fire people for not being vaccinated. We're seeing that. Well, my question would be this regarding, and I know some of these names. I'm not going to be that guy that starts exposing these names because I was told about some of these names in confidence, and so I'm not going to be that guy to start spouting names off, but I'll let John Rich do it. But here's the thing. If you are a roadie or a tech or a musician that was playing in some of these big-time bands and, you know, you got fired because you didn't get the vaccine, I think there should be some sort of a move, some sort of a drive, some sort of an initiative to get those people the work that they need and get those people the work that they deserve because they got screwed. And by the way, let's not forget, Joe Biden is the one that gave them cover because it was Joe Biden who went out and he is the one who demanded that all of these companies demand that their employees get vaccinated. Otherwise, and he did that, certainly, as we all know, to the military. So we'll talk about that. I'll play you the audio from John Rich because what it sounds like is that he's putting folks on notice that you shouldn't have done what you did, and now people are going to know what you did. So we'll play that audio for you. I'd love to get John Rich on. It's impossible to get him on at such a short notice. Hey, John, if you're listening to WTN, call the hotline. Johnny, watch the hotline. Is it ringing yet? No? All right. I'll play the audio then coming up at 7:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Now, headline, Donald Trump leads Joe Biden amid doubts of president's mental soundness, according to a new poll. Now, this is interesting. Former president, although this is, this headline and this story isn't getting nearly as much play as the Wall Street Journal or the CNN polls, and I think people are, what's the right way to say this? I think that people are dismissing this because it is a Fox News poll. No, I think this is an important poll. It's just as important as the other polls. President Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, leading Joe Biden in a hypothetical 2024 White House rematch amid mounting concerns over the Democrats' mental fitness. They say in a head-to-head contest, Donald Trump led Joe Biden 48% to 46% in the latest Fox News survey. Trump's performance was the best of any Republican, against whom the survey matched former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, also leading Biden by 2%. They say, albeit 45 to 43% in that matchup. All other Republicans led Biden by less or trailed the incumbent president. So let's go through some of these numbers. Donald Trump, 48% to Joe Biden, 46%. Biden, 47% to Ron DeSantis, 44%. So that is Biden up 3. Nikki Haley, 45% to Joe Biden, 43%. Haley up 2. Mike Pence up 1, 44 to 43% against Joe Biden. Biden up 1 over Tim Scott, 44 to 43. Vivek Ramaswamy, 45 to Biden, 44%. So Vivek up 1. And Joe Biden up 1 over Chris Christie, 42 to 41%. So there you go. And again, not real surprising. And that is, again, if the election were held today. 7:12 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, now, there is a lot going on within the House of Representatives and the Republicans. And one of the things I find interesting is the fact that the media is reporting this story with such glee that supposedly Kevin McCarthy, of course, you all know the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and he is engaged in this battle. McCarthy and Matt Gaetz, and they are just going, toe to toe. And so apparently, as the story goes, behind closed doors, that they were talking about, I'm sure, a number of different things, but most certainly the spending initiative, where Matt Gaetz and McCarthy, they're going back and forth on what they should pass in the House of Representatives. And so apparently, McCarthy, he dropped the F-bomb. Now, I'm not exactly sure why this is news, but apparently it is.
The House Republican conference behind closed doors sounded a bit like this. I'm not going to bring those actual nasty words into your living room, but Speaker Kevin McCarthy held a closed-door meeting with House Republicans that was intense and became heated.
So he was responding, of course, Kevin McCarthy was, to Matt Gaetz, who has been going after McCarthy ever since he became Speaker. And it's about all of this constant threat that looms over the head of Kevin McCarthy, where Gaetz or any other Republican can file a motion to vacate the chair, and that would lead to an immediate no confidence vote in the Speaker, which could mean that he would be ousted from the Speaker's chair. And I think that McCarthy is at the point now where, as soft-spoken as he seems to be, in front of the cameras, which drives me nuts, he finally decided to speak up for himself, got some testicular fortitude, if you will, and dropped the F-bomb. And I love that he dropped the F-bomb, to be perfectly honest. Now, I am more Team Gaetz on this one versus Team McCarthy, but because I believe that we do need to cut spending. But I also believe that what we do need to do in this country is cut spending, and I like what Matt Gaetz is saying about all of this. Now, what did Kevin McCarthy and Matt Gaetz have to say about this whole thing? It's coming up next. It is 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. $7:15 and sunny today, a high of 84. Rain on Saturday, a high of 78. Mostly sunny on Sunday and a high of 81, 56 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So they're arguing, of course, again, Matt Gaetz and Kevin McCarthy over spending. They're arguing over this impeachment inquiry. Now, remember yesterday we talked about Matt Gaetz and how he has, been after McCarthy since day one. And the media yesterday, I played you the audio of Matt Gaetz telling MSNBC that he actually didn't think McCarthy was going to move ahead with the impeachment inquiry. Remember this.
I couldn't tell if you cut away to Kevin McCarthy or a commercial for low T, because yesterday's impeachment is somehow today's not impeachment. Good gracious, if we actually have to go make the case against Joe Biden, let's hope we have effective people like Jim Jordan and James Comer making the case, and maybe turn off Kevin McCarthy's microphone.
Yeah, and he also says McCarthy. He says that McCarthy is a commercial for low T. And he also calls him ineffective, among other things.
Kevin McCarthy is going to advance an actual impeachment on Joe Biden, a lot like he was going to advance an impeachment of Ali Mayorkas. Remember back in January of this year, he kept saying we were going to impeach Mayorkas, and the people that were blocking his speakership were blocking the impeachment of Mayorkas. Well, once Kevin got power, all of that just went by the wayside. And I think you're witnessing the same gaslighting and the same illusion and the same mirage right here. He doesn't really mean it. He knows he broke the deal in January. He knows there are enough of us in the Republican conference who want to hold him to that deal. And so he's throwing impeachment out like an ill-cast lure, and he has no real intent to follow through.
Like an ill-cast lure. That is, again, Matt Gaetz. And, he's been poking and prodding McCarthy in the media, clearly also in private. And so, obviously, this is a fight that has been brewing. This is how what do they say? This is how the sausage is made. And so the fact that McCarthy threw down the F-bomb, let me tell you something. Barack Obama was no, wallflower. This was a guy who, and Joe Biden as well, they throw down the salty language as well. Now, CNN, a lot of these media outlets, they're relishing in the fact that there is a battle going on behind the scenes. Well, I'll be honest with you, this is the way it's supposed to be in Washington, D.C. I really like that Matt Gaetz is trying to hold Kevin McCarthy accountable. There's nothing wrong with being held accountable. We do need to cut our spending. We do need to cut our debt and our deficit. This is something that should have happened generations ago.
Threats don't matter, and sometimes people do those things because of personal things, and that's all fine. I don't walk away from a battle. I knew changing Washington would not be easy. I knew people would fight or try to hold leverage for other things. I'm going to continue to focus on what's the right thing to do for the American people. And you know what? If it takes a fight, I'll have a fight.
Yeah, and he talks about changing Washington. Kevin McCarthy just said he talks about wanting to change Washington. I do get that, but in reality, it is Matt Gaetz and the Freedom Caucus that is trying to change Washington. So we'll see where this goes. But again, I do appreciate how the left, and every time I look up at CNN, they're talking about this supposed, issue between McCarthy and Gaetz. Well, it's not a supposed issue. There definitely is an issue. But, this is what Matt Gaetz had to say afterwards as well.
I'm concerned for the speaker that he seems to be a little rattled and unhinged in a time when we need focus. And
I love how, Gaetz says, oh, well, he's, the speaker is unhinged and rattled. Well, so Gaetz is poking the bear. He's poking. He's poking in private. He's poking in public as well. MSNBC, CNN, Newsmax, anywhere Matt Gaetz can go to criticize Kevin McCarthy, he is going to criticize Kevin McCarthy. So clearly McCarthy was like, all right, I've had it. You want to file your little motion? You go file your motion. And I appreciate McCarthy's stance on that. But so Gaetz is like, I'm going to drive this guy to the point where he's dropping F-bombs, and then I'm going to call him unhinged when he finally reacts. That's exactly what Gaetz is doing.
I'm concerned for the speaker that he seems to be a little rattled and unhinged in a time when we need focus and strong effort. Whether or not McCarthy faces a motion to vacate is within his own hands. All he has to do is come into compliance with the deal we made in January.
So there you go, 7:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And the other thing that I would comment on is, at least with the Republicans, we're trying to hold ourselves accountable, which is something that clearly the Democrats don't do when it comes to all things Joe Biden. So for me, kudos to the Republicans for having the argument, having the conversation, because it is the future of our nation that is at stake. And I, again, appreciate their conversation. 7:20, we all know someone who thinks they have the best life hacks. Now, things like opening a can with a spoon or using your wireless hotspot for your internet at home. But see, what those hotspotters don't know is that there is a much better hack out there. You see, Xfinity gives you 99.9% reliable internet. So you don't have to settle for using your phone for home internet. It means more gaming, more streaming, and looking up other life hacks on your connected devices. It is time for real home internet. The next generation Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. And now through September 21st, get 75 megabit internet on the Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And you can ask about how you can get one free line of unlimited mobile when you upgrade to 400 megabit internet. Go to xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Equipment taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11, or jumping into energy stocks, or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors, because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Big three automaker union strike. Nashville elects a new mayor, and NASA's not saying we're the only ones out there, but they say they don't have any proof that we are not. I'll tell you more about that coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:27 on Nashville's Morning News. Apparently people are just waking up to the whole Freddie O'Connell is our new mayor story.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What are they saying?
Well, I bet they're happy.
You know what's funny about that? They're Johnny and Ken, I can't really say it on the radio.
Can't say it on the air, huh?
They're that happy.
We're blanked.
Wow.
What people are saying.
Son of a gun.
Did they vote?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
they're throwing down McCarthy's.
Wow.
So that's what we were talking about this story earlier, where McCarthy, threw down the F-bomb.
Right.
So all day today, I've been saying, you throw down a McCarthy, that means you're throwing down the F-bomb.
Yeah.
So that's what people are doing this morning, throwing down the McCarthys.
We got McCarthy'd.
We did. Thank you, Johnny. We got McCarthy'd. Yeah. That's exactly right. And by the way, has a great point. And says Donald Trump can say anything he wants as long as I can put food on our table, get gas in my car, dividends from stocks in my pocket, and keep my family's freedom.
I'm telling you, man, it's all that matters.
Yes, it is.
And I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
I mean, remember how great everything was when he was in office.
Mm-hmm.
He did a great job.
He did.
And I think that's why, talking about that poll from Fox News. This is now, by the way, just so you folks are keeping track, that is the third poll that is now showing that Donald Trump could win a general election. Now, with each one of those polls, by the way, it really brings into focus the fact that Joe Biden and his DOJ is going after a legit presidential candidate who could beat him in a general election. So every time a new poll comes out and shows that Trump would beat Biden, it really brings into focus the fact that Biden is literally going after his political enemy.
Well, we're talking, I mean, there's been a CNN poll, and then just 2 days ago, this USA Today poll coming out saying that the vast majority of people they talk to, they trust Trump over Biden with the economy.
I didn't catch that. See, you know what? Every day it's a daily onslaught of polling.
Yes.
So, because I missed the USA Today poll.
Yep.
So there you go. Thank you, Ken and Johnny. 7:29 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. Now, this is the company that I turn to for waterproofing and foundation work and concrete leveling. Now, I've had them out to my house a couple of different times, and they do great work. And more importantly than that, though, because a lot of companies do great work, you can really trust, though, that when USS says you've got something wrong, they mean it. This is a company that you can trust. Again, one of the times they came out to my house, you know what they told me? They said, there's really nothing wrong. I had a tree root that was growing, and it was like lifting up part of my sidewalk, and I got that taken care of. But they said, you don't really have a foundation issue. This is not something that you need our help with. You need to deal with this tree, which I did. But the point is, they could have, if they wanted to, rip me off, but they didn't. This is why I trust, and 25,000 other customers trust USS. They do have 25,000 100% satisfied customers that USS has helped over the years. So they've got a great work ethic. They're honest, they're capable, and yes, they are fair as well. This is the company who cares and the company you can trust. Call USS for your concrete leveling, foundation work, or waterproofing needs. 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We'll tell you when it might rain next during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. For the first time ever, the United Auto Workers Union is calling on its members to strike at all three of the major automakers at the same time. Here's President Sean Payne.
The price of vehicles went up 30% in the last 4 years. CEO pays went through the roof. They're already millionaires. They went up 40%. Our workers got 6% pay increases. and inflation went up 19%. We're going backwards.
GM head Mary Barra fires back.
Nobody wins in a strike. We have presented a historic offer that rewards you for being key to our success and a competitive advantage for GM.
GM, Ford, and Stellantis together earning $21 billion in the first 6 months of this year. The union seeking a 36% boost in pay, a 4-day work week, and the return to pension and retiree benefits. Right now in Nashville, Metro Council member Freddie O'Connell's the next mayor. He says the work starts right now.
I start with what our metro government, our local government is supposed to be doing, supposed to be offering people. I want to rebuild some of the confidence in some of the fundamentals, the sidewalks and trash collection, just the way we have the government oriented as a customer service organization. That is going to help people live here more effectively.
O'Connell beat Alice Rowley with 64% of the vote. He, the new vice mayor, and several new council members will have their first meeting in their new roles on October 23rd. And right now in our nation's capital, Dave Packer with the details of a report released yesterday on UFOs.
The Pentagon has traditionally investigated UFOs. Now, for the first time, NASA has taken a year-long look at what it's calling UAPs, or unidentified anomalous phenomena. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
And the top takeaway from the study is that there is a lot more to learn.
They don't seem to be from aliens.
The NASA independent study team did not find any evidence that UAP have an extraterrestrial origin.
Nelson says the study of UAPs will require new techniques and a shift in perception. The report cautioning the stigma around reporting UAPs poses an obstacle to collecting data.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Genetics, stress, hormones, aging, all natural and inevitable factors that lead to hair loss. Now, fortunately, there is a proven way to reverse common and even rare patterns of balding. Using groundbreaking technology, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment regrows your own natural hair, even in those places where it's disappeared for years. And it works for both men and women across all ages. Now, Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology and top-rated physicians have improved tens of thousands of lives. But time is of the essence. Hair loss from natural factors can eventually reach a point of no return. So schedule your free consultation today and find out if you qualify for $500 off. Call them at 629-348-HAIR, 629-348-HAIR. We might not be able to prevent all the causes of hair loss, but you can regrow your own natural hair with Advanced Hair. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. 629-348-HAIR, 629-348-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
7:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, along with Johnny B. Ken Weaver, I forgot to mention, Happy Friday. With all
Friday.
the stuff that is going on. It's Friday, people, so let's be a little excited and happy.
Hey, Dan, is it go home early Friday?
No.
It's not go home at 8:30 Friday?
Nope.
Aw.
I know.
It looks so promising.
Can I also just say, I don't know why the company in its infinite wisdom holds like big staff meetings on Fridays. That means I got to stay late. Because we all know that I like to leave the compound here.
Oh yeah.
At like my goal, I've joked about this before, where by the time Chris Hand starts talking, I want to be halfway to Mount Juliet.
Yeah, halfway.
I drive fast when it's time to go home on a Friday.
You can see the dust after Dan leaves.
That's exactly right.
I mean, it's like you're beyond B&A by the time he gets on the air.
Listen, I try. But anyway, so.
I'm not, Dan. I'm still here working hard.
Yes.
I'm sure that you are.
I mean, hard working.
I'm in the same, I'm right there next to him.
Yeah.
Speaking of working hard, there's a lot of musicians in Nashville that lost their gigs because of vaccine mandates. And so John Rich appeared with a guy named Del Bigtree, who is a brilliant guy. And they're talking about those musicians that were employed by some of the big name artists out there that were fired because they didn't get the vaccine. And so Del asked John Rich, of course, of Big and Rich, did these big time musicians stand by their unvaccinated brethren?
Hell no. Hell no, they didn't. I was so disappointed in so many artists that I've known my whole career. Listen, some of the biggest artists in country music, I won't say some, I'll say most of the artists in country music, the big ones especially, fired their bus drivers, their bands, their crew, their light guys, their sound guys. They fired everybody. A lot of these guys had been rolling with them for 10, 15, 20 years. I mean, when you're on a tour bus and you tour like that, you become like family members. I mean, you're literally living together, rolling down the road together for long, long periods of time, many, many years. In Big and Rich, we were actually hiring guys that were getting dropped from other big acts for not taking the vaccine. Like, they would go, hey, man, I just got fired from you-know-who. I said, are you kidding me? He fired you over that? Yeah. I said, how long you worked with him? 16 years. I mean, this story went on and on and on. And guess what? Now that we know that the vaccine doesn't stop transmission, it doesn't keep you from getting sick. If anything, it's worse for you than taking it at all. Guess how many of those people have been hired back by those country artists? That'd be a total of 0.
Really?
None of them have been hired back.
And the tough thing is, a lot of those guys and women, because I know of a couple of different folks, and I'm not going to get into who, what, let everybody else, go public if they so choose. But he's right. John Rich is right. When you are touring with these folks, you do. It is like a brotherhood, a sisterhood. It is like a family. And so some of the stories that I've heard are so incredibly heartless in how they were just cut. Now, that being said, also let's not forget that these venues, some of the venues across the country, if not all of them during the height of COVID and all that panic, a lot of them said that you had to be vaccinated to go into those venues. So I want to make sure that I'm fair, because I'm sure some of these artists, and it just kind of depends on when they were let go, but some of these artists, I'm not going to say that they may not have had a choice, but when you have a venue and the venue says that everyone that goes into that venue must be vaccinated, well, then these artists, they may have felt like, I'm not saying they were right, but they may have felt like they had no choice but to fire their musicians. But now that it's over, this is what I would say, now that you have a lot of these companies and a lot of these venues that have reversed course, the question is now, will all those musicians be hired back? Here's more from John Rich.
None. And I've checked with them. I've checked up with these musicians and said, hey, did so-and-so ever hire you back? Hell no, they didn't hire me back. So what are you doing? Well, I'm playing with somebody else now, or I'm focusing on the studio or whatever. I mean, it wrecked people's lives. And if the country fans knew what some of the guys and gals out there that act like them and talk like them, but behind the scenes are absolutely not like them. If they knew that, man, you'd have a whole different crop of singers out there right now.
So that is John Rich, and at some point I did see a headline, although I didn't hear it there, but I saw a headline at some point that said that some of these folks are going to go public with the names of country artists who fired their band members. And by the way, one of the things that I would say is when you heard John Rich say that they fired, bus drivers. Well, forgive me, I don't know how this works. I don't know if bus drivers actually go into, Johnny, do bus drivers actually go into a venue? Or don't they just pull up to the venue and all this stuff is loaded out? In other words, why would you fire, and again, I don't know this, why would you fire a bus driver over not being vaccinated?
Yeah,
I get the reasoning as far as a musician goes, where if you've got a keyboard player that's not vaccinated, that means the entire band can't play a particular venue. I understand the rationale there, but a couple things. Again, bus drivers, don't know why they would be fired. That's number one. Number two is now that all of this is over and a lot of companies have reversed their vaccine requirements, we know that in a lot of states they've come out and they said, no, you're not allowed to ask, including Tennessee. You're not allowed to ask about vaccination status. A lot of that has been, turned, reversed unless you're a healthcare worker or unless you're in the military, which all of that is absolute BS. But now the next step is, okay, well then let's talk about getting these men and women who were fired back to work. I think that is the logical next step, because I can't imagine if you're in a band and, you're somebody who keyboards, drums, guitar, background singers, all that kind of stuff, those opportunities are few and far between. And so I believe that those people, now that we have a different mindset, I think they need some special considerations when it comes to being hired on tours and so forth.
Right on.
So the text line is going crazy on this. 745 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. .46 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, sunny, high of 84. Rain on Saturday, high of 78. Mostly sunny on Sunday, high of 81. And right now it is, Johnny?
59 degrees.
Thank you. 59 degrees at Super Talk 99.7. You know what I want to do next week, Johnny and Ken?
Go on tour?
Sure.
Take this on the road?
Yes, sir. That's a great way to become broke. By the way, what people are saying is that, because people have all kinds of opinions on this, bus drivers, we're talking about bus drivers.
Right.
The reasoning goes that if a bus driver, because you got to think back to when COVID was raging.
Right.
So if you have an unvaccinated bus driver, then I guess the rationale was, well, then that bus driver would infect the musicians who is on the, so.
Right. Even though he may not go into the venue, he still could,
yes,
according to what was going on then, he could infect anybody on the bus, which doesn't make, because that was the whole thing at the time. Well, if you take the vaccination, it'll at first it'll keep you from getting COVID, which wasn't true.
Right.
It just didn't make it as severe.
Yep. Let's see here. 4726 says bus drivers can drive into bigger venues, plus eating the catering, and they also help the road crew. So I guess the bus drivers do more than drive the bus?
Well, some even are, I've known of some being like the road manager, so they have to go in and deal with the venue. And bus drivers don't just drive the bus a lot of times. Sometimes the artist will even drive the bus. 4576. You guys ready for 4576? Then I promise I'm moving on.
Okay. These musicians need to form a band called the Non-Compliers. Their first album, At Least We Don't Have Myocarditis. Hey, everybody, Ken just covers the news.
Boys, I'm working on a story coming up here at 8 that you're going to want to hear.
Okay, thank you, Ken.
And he'll tease it here in just mere moments.
Yes, I'll tease it right now if you want.
What do you got going on, Ken?
It is an update to that fella killing that German Shepherd in Percy Warner Park.
Oh, what is the update? Wow.
We're going to find
I'll
out.
tell you about it at 8.
We're going to find out.
You know, I probably could have taken calls on that yesterday and had a lot of fights with people because everybody was very passionate on all sides.
Either way, yeah, either side they were.
Well, they still are.
Okay.
I'm sure they are.
Very good. We'll look forward to that coming up. Hey, I want to talk about this. Joe Biden is accused of making a racist comment. This is what he said in Maryland.
We not only recovered all the jobs we lost during the pandemic, we've added millions more. We've seen record lows in unemployment, particularly, and I've focused on this my whole career, particularly for African Americans and Hispanic workers and veterans. You know, the workers without high school diplomas, the lowest unemployment rate in 70 years for women now.
So basically, they're saying that is, you know, soft racism, accidental racism, because what I mean, you heard it there. He talked about how the president said black folks and Hispanics don't have high school diplomas. And I heard that.
Particularly, and I've focused on this my whole career, particularly for African Americans and Hispanic workers and veterans. You know, the workers without high school diplomas, the lowest unemployment rate in 70 years.
So I can see why people would say that was a racist comment because basically he threw a very wide net where, you know, we all know Grandpa talks with no filter. Right. And so he says these things. Clearly that's not what was written on his teleprompter, but that's what he said. Now, coming up, I'm going to give you a little bit more to this story to think about here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, because if you're upset about this comment, and if people are upset about this comment, okay, but let's talk about the true meaning behind what the president said. And I've got that coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 750. Want to tell you about my friends at Cove Generators. Now listen, you always need to prepare for that always unpredictable Middle Tennessee weather and power outages. That means you need a generator. Now my friends at Cove Generators, they can hook you up with the absolute best generator around. The Generac home standby generators, and right now at a fantastic price plus a free 10-year warranty when you make that purchase by October 8th. Cove Generators is your premier Generac home standby generator dealer. Call them today for that free 10-year warranty and be prepared for the next power outage. Call my friends at Cove Generators at 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311. If you've already got a generator, call these folks to perform maintenance on your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand of generator that you may own. 931-559-3311. You can find them online. It's covegenerators.com. Restrictions may apply. Call for details.
Big three automaker union strike. Nashville elects a new mayor. And hear the 911 call from the man who shot and killed a dog he says he felt threatened by in a Nashville park. These stories and more at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:55 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Johnny, I'll ask you a third time. What time am I out?
I didn't even hear you the first two.
I asked you twice, man.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It's all right.
It looked like you were busy talking to.
Well, it doesn't matter who I was talking to.
Talking to Brother Charlie.
Yeah. So
Yes.
anyway, it'd be 5750, Dan.
5750.
Yes.
Thank you.
Inside radio, ladies and gentlemen. Tear
Yes.
down that fourth wall.
That's some of that shop talk.
That's right.
5750.
5750, Dan.
Thank you, everyone. In case you folks don't know, when I stop talking, it'll be 5750.
It'll be, well, usually it isn't. Usually it's after 5750.
Shut up, Johnny.
But, that's okay.
Are you really? You're going to be Johnny's going to be the clock master, the consciousness of the morning show.
Oh,
I don't need you outing me on my clock management. All right, so Joe, moving on.
Well, what are you going to say about Joe?
Yeah, what are you going to say, Don?
So a lot of people already commenting on what Biden said. And this is what he said yesterday in Maryland.
We not only recovered all the jobs we lost during the pandemic, we've added millions more.
So first of all, no, we when Biden says we've added millions more, what he is saying is that it's a lie. And I know that this has been a common theme today about Joe Biden's lies. But he's lying because all the jobs, by and large, all the jobs that have come back that he is claiming credit for, they were actually coming back because the pandemic was ending and we were opening things back up. But then what he said about black folks and Hispanic folks making a lot of headlines this morning.
We've seen record lows in unemployment, particularly, and I've focused on this my whole career, particularly for African Americans and Hispanic workers and veterans. The workers without high school diplomas.
So basically what he's saying is workers without high school diplomas are black and Hispanic folks. We'll talk about that
and
straight
veterans, don't forget.
and the veterans. We'll talk about that straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and the weekend is upon us. Is it going to rain? I don't know. We'll tell you during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes.
We are the union, mighty, mighty union.
Yeah, United Auto Workers declaring an historic strike at midnight for the first time, targeting all three of the nation's biggest automakers at the same time. Here's UAW President Sean Fain.
We will call on select facilities, locals, or units to stand up and go on strike.
And
this is our generation's defining moment. The money is there. The cause is righteous.
GM head Mary Barra.
Nobody wins in a strike. We have presented a historic offer that rewards you for being key to our success and a competitive advantage for GM.
Yeah, the CEO of Ford says it's going to cost the economy $5 billion. GM, Ford, and Stellantis together earning $21 billion in the first 6 months of this year. The union seeking a 36% boost in pay, a 4-day work week, and the return to pension and retiree benefits. Right now in Nashville, Metro Council member Freddie O'Connell's the next mayor. He got 64% of the vote to Alice Rowley's 36%. Afterward, O'Connell told his supporters,
we're going to begin a transition process, and it's going to focus on three important things that we've all talked about for the past year. How Nashville grows, how Nashville works, and how Nashville moves.
Yeah, the new mayor, vice mayor, and newly elected at-large council members will have their first meeting in their new roles on October 23rd. News 2 reports a Coffee County man has been arrested for an alleged role in the U.S. Capitol riots 2 years ago. 56-year-old Alan Jennings of Hillsborough attended a Stop the Steal rally near the Washington Monument before later entering the Capitol. Authorities claim video footage shows Jennings chasing retreating police officers with what appears to be a knife. Well, since the events on January 6th, more than 1,100 people have been charged in nearly all 50 states. Right now in Nashville, News 2 has the 911 calls from Percy Warner Park when a man shot a dog that was off leash.
I had to shoot somebody's dog. It's horrible. I shot somebody's German Shepherd. They got too close. They didn't have it on a leash. I didn't know they had it on a shot collar. And I don't know what the right thing is to do, but to call it in.
Are they there as well?
The owners are there. Yeah, they're in pieces. They're heartbroken.
Well, it doesn't sit well with some folks. News 2 sought out for comment, including State Senator Heidi Campbell, whose district includes that park.
And we have to be able to feel like we have safe places where we can go enjoy the environment in our city without having to worry about getting shot.
Well, police said the man fired 3 shots, killing the dog, which the owner admits was not on a leash, which is the rules of the park and state law. State law does allow anyone with a permit to carry their handgun in a park, and police are not going to file charges against the man for shooting that dog. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures are up just a fraction. S&P futures down 5. NASDAQ futures down 44. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And go, my fellow Americans.
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
806 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up is what Joe Biden said racist. I'm going to get to that in a second. But Johnny, I've opened up the phone lines because Ken and Johnny, I don't know, it's been a long time since I've seen this kind of debate on the super text line, not with each other, but, people, both sides of the issue on this whole I shot the dog story.
Yeah.
And so I got some people saying, what's the name of the dog killer?
Wow.
Yeah. And so then other people are like, well, the dog was not on a leash. So,
but however, it did have a what was the electronic
shot
collar.
Yeah, but the person doesn't know that it's a shot collar.
Right, right.
So here's the phone number. I don't know if anybody else took calls on this specific topic yesterday. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. What are your thoughts on this? Who's right? Heidi Campbell, who I probably could have done without any opinion from Heidi Campbell, but whatever.
Well, we want to know what she thinks, Dan.
Actually, no, Johnny, I don't.
I don't either.
615-7. That's not a comment on your newscast, Ken. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Where are you at on the whole dog being shot topic? Because it is a tragic, sad story. Now, and Johnny's grabbing those phone calls. I'm going to take them momentarily. Now, is what Joe Biden said racist? This is what he said yesterday in Maryland.
We've seen record lows in unemployment, particularly, and I've focused on this my whole career, particularly for African Americans and Hispanic workers and veterans, and workers without high school diplomas.
So some people say that was a racist comment because he basically threw, in his comment, all black folks and all Hispanic folks into the don't have high school diplomas bucket. But there are a lot of people on the super text line, and I actually understand this because when I heard that comment, I thought, if I'm going to complain about Joe Biden, there's a lot of things to complain about. I think for Joe Biden, he's so inartful in the things that he says that I'm not going to throw him under the bus for that comment. But see, here's the thing. For me, when Joe Biden talks about that statement about, black folks and Hispanic folks, not having high school diplomas, the truth of the matter is, and I don't mean to make everybody feel uncomfortable, but the truth of the matter is that black folks and Hispanic folks, if you look at the graduation rates, they are lower than other demographics. And that's sad but true. But see, to me, what's racist is the fact that the Democrats do not allow school choice. So that everyone who has to go to these schools that are underperforming our kids aren't allowed to go to another better school. See, to me, that's the real discussion point. Is if you go to one of these underperforming schools, and by the way, I don't care what race you are, I don't care what color your skin is or what have you, but if you go to one of these underperforming schools, then you should have the choice to go to another school. The Democrats don't allow that because they are beholden to the unions. Republicans are all about school choice. And so whether or not you believe that, Joe Biden talking about black and Hispanic folks not graduating or not having high school diplomas and so forth, you can make, talk radio hay out of that if you want. But in reality, look at the numbers. Look at the graduation rates nationwide. The real conversation is why. And the real conversation is what is going on in these particular schools that is, prohibiting these kids from graduating. That's number one. Number two, we can talk about what's going on inside the homes of students, by and large, who are not graduating, who are having struggles graduating. Because, yes, a lot of these schools, a lot of these inner city schools, quite frankly, Nashville, Memphis, we all know the problems. So we know what's happening in the schools, but what's happening at home? And are the parents doing everything they can to teach their kids as well. So, sit here and have fun all day long and twice on Friday with saying this comment by Biden is racist. To me, it's more what is going on with that comment regarding, okay, well, then what can we do about those graduation rates? School choice. Why don't you, Joe Biden, not be so beholden to the school, the teachers union, and Randy Weingarten? I mean, we all know this story with, the unions and how they wanted to keep schools closed. They wanted to continue to implement mask mandates as well. And so for the Democrats, I would say that what they're doing regarding school choice is actually racist. Because you're keeping, if that's true, and it is, the Black and Hispanic graduation rates are lower, well then allow them to better themselves by going to a better school, by allowing school choice. That's where the conversation is. It is 8:13 on Nashville's Morning News. Johnny going to start taking these phone calls now about the guy who shot this dog at the park because he felt like it was being aggressive. Betty is on line 1 on WTN. Betty, who's right here?
I'm sorry, but if you're firing shots at my dog, I'm going to be shooting you because I'm going to interpret those shots as meant for me. Unless the dog was acting aggressively toward the person, there's no excuse for that. And I believe that in the leash law somewhere, every town is different, and I don't know about Nashville or the parks, but it says the dog has to be under your control. I have seen very well-trained dogs that walk off leash and don't do anything they're not supposed to. So
Betty, let me tell you this. It's almost in the eye of the beholder in the sense that, okay, so the guy who shot the dog says the dog was acting aggressively. Ken, is there witnesses to this? Do we know if the witnesses who saw this, do they say that the dog was acting aggressively?
Witnesses say that the dog was not acting aggressively, but they don't say whether or not he was acting aggressively toward them. And they say they heard the shots fired and then saw what had happened.
And Betty, there is a leash law. They're supposed to be on leashes there at Percy Warner Park. So, yeah. And,
well, that's a state law, too.
And that's a state law as well.
Yes.
All right, very good. So, but Betty, I know that doesn't probably change your mind, but I appreciate you calling into Nashville's Morning News. Tom is on line 2. Tom, what side do you fall on with this?
Well, Dan, what I'm wondering about is why was this gentleman carrying a gun in a city park? I thought that was illegal.
I don't know if that's illegal. Is that illegal to carry?
State law says that if you have a permit, you can carry your gun in a city park as long as there are no school-sponsored events in said park.
There you go. So, yeah, and I don't have a problem, clearly, with carrying a gun or, open carry or concealed carry. I don't have a problem with any of that. So, but that being said, Tom, what do you think? Was he right to shoot the dog or no?
Well, I think it depends on whether or not the dog was acting aggressively toward him. And if the dog was not, then I don't think he was justified in shooting the dog.
And here's the thing, and again, as the story goes, thank you, Tom. As the story goes, Ken and Johnny, this guy was just getting out of his car, correct?
Yeah, he says he was just getting out of his car.
Get back in your car.
See, that was my point yesterday morning. I said, get back in the car. You don't have, but and I've also heard that some witnesses said the dog was being aggressive, but it was because it was chasing a squirrel.
Yeah, they said it was chasing a squirrel, and that is apparently in the police report too.
So he may have misinterpreted. He may have seen the dog, running and thinking it was coming for him when it really wasn't.
More of your calls coming up, 8:16. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. Sunny today, a high of 84. Rain on Saturday, a high of 78. Mostly sunny on Sunday, high of 81. And right now, 64. at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Also, part of the fabric of this story regarding the dog is the guy says that he has always been afraid of dogs. He's got a fear of dogs. But if
his brother was mauled by a dog.
Yeah. But if the dog is clearly chasing a squirrel, now maybe the squirrel ran underneath his car.
May have been.
All right.
Could have been. I mean, the guy's just getting out of his car. He opens the door. I guess this is how it goes, and there's the dog on him. Now, what happens during that time, who knows?
Can I just say that it takes, if he's got his gun and the dog is coming towards him right after he gets out of the car, it takes just as much time to pull out your gun as it does to hop it back in the car.
Exactly.
So Mason is on the line 3 on WTN. Hey, Mason.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about some information with the shooting of the dog.
Yeah.
So I know a police officer who talked to the man, and according to him, the media was trying to twist it and say that he was fearing for his life. But according to a police officer I talked to, that he just, what y'all said, he had a general fear of dogs because his brother got mauled by one. But
welcome to my world, Mason. It happens all the time.
It's when the red light's on, Mason.
It's like, where the hell was I going with this? That happens, Mason. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Actually, Mason, if you can send me a note with the police officer's intel on it, I would love to talk to the cop. Jeff is on line 4 on WTN. Hey, Jeff, how are you? Jeff, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Yes. When I was about 10 years old, Great Dane came up to me, and the people told me it was very nice. The dog ended up biting me pretty bad. I think the guy might be justified in it.
Okay. Well, you know what? And other people are saying this, as Caitlin says, if you fear dogs, maybe don't go to a park where you know that there are dogs. But again, if there's a leash law, you've got to make sure that your dog is on a leash. Is a leash, thank you, Jeff. Last thing on this, and then I'm going to get to Lila. She'll be the last call. So when there's a leash law, I probably should have planned this out better.
The state law says the only time a dog is allowed off of a leash, this is state of Tennessee, is for hunting or herding purposes. The rest of the time, your dog is supposed to be on a leash.
Here's my question, though.
Yeah.
If he's got one of those electronic dog collars, that is not sufficient. It's got to be an actual physical leash.
Right. And plus, Jeff's right. I was told that a German Shepherd when I was a kid, and the German Shepherd did seem like a very docile dog. Mm-hmm. But we were running and playing, and this German Shepherd chased me down, knocked me down, and grabbed me by the back of the head, like at its hair, and had my hair in its teeth. Mm-hmm. So you never know what a dog's going to do.
No. Lila's on line 5. Last call on this. Hey, Lila, you're on WTN.
Hi, Dan. Good morning. Let me tell you something about me first. I am a 501c3 rescue down in Franklin County. I've been here for 15 years doing rescue here, and 45 years experience with rescue and training. So, with that said, the number one person at fault is the dog's owner.
Yes.
I cannot tell you how many dogs I pick up on the side of the road, I see dead on the side of the road. It's absolutely horrific. If you let your dog run free anywhere, you're taking a risk and a responsibility that A, the dog could get killed, hit by a car, or the dog could attack somebody, or just like what happened. I mean, I feel bad for everybody here. There's nothing good that's coming out of this, period. But if the man was in that much fear of his life, I can kind of see what he did. I mean, my heart aches for the dog because I'm a dog person.
Yeah.
But
well, and let's face it, Lila, and I appreciate the call, and I appreciate what you do for the pups. 2624, because she's right. Here's the deal. I think everybody's got a good point here. 2624 says, Dan, it is simple. the man who shot the dog, the man was within the law. The dog owner was not. Caitlin says, well, what if the dog breaks the leash? It does happen. My dog broke the leash one time. Bandit. It's my bad, actually. Bandit, like, ate his leash. That's a stupid dog. And so I had the bright idea then, I'm part of the problem. So he had to go out, and so I put him on his half-eaten leash. He sees a squirrel. So what do you think Bandit does? And I'm holding him, and he darts after the squirrel, and he breaks the leash, and off goes Bandit.
Yep. Well, see, that's the whole thing. This all boils down to the dog owner should have had him on a leash because apparently there was a squirrel, and dogs being dogs are going to chase them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how police, I would think, had to handle this.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bandit, by the way, never caught the squirrel. So what happens to what? So I guess the ultimate question, Ken, is what's going to happen to this dude, this guy that shot the dog?
They're nothing.
Okay, because he didn't do it. I mean, he didn't break the law.
That's what the police are saying.
Okay,
but heaven help him if dog lovers out there.
I hope this guy's name does not get released.
No, because if it does, his life is over.
I mean, honestly, and that's what's crazy about this story. And I'm reading some of these texts where, I mean, people are really angry and threatening this guy.
Well, people love, I mean, I understand it. Dogs are the most loyal companion you can ever have.
Yeah.
But too many people are trying to make them sound like they're children, and they're not. They're animals, and you've got to look at them like that. In fact, you should respect them for that. Really.
Yeah. Well, you know what? If you're a good dog owner,
exactly.
You keep your dog on the leash.
Keep your dog on the leash, man. I'm telling you, it's that you got to do that. You've got to keep your dog on a leash.
And this is a prime example.
In a public park like that. You just got to do it.
2340. See, this is why I don't like to share personal stories with you people. 2348 says the owner is responsible to inspect the leash, unlike Dan.
And there's some truth to that, too.
Listen, I admit that I made a mistake.
Yeah, you did.
You know.
You said.
I did.
It's all on me. That's exactly what you said.
Well, and Bandit's the one that ate the leash halfway.
He ate it, and then he took off after a squirrel.
Yeah. Didn't catch a squirrel again, so the whole thing was for naught. Anyway.
Come on, Bandit. You can't even do that right.
Come on, man. Yeah, he can't. He is never. I don't know if I'd have to ask Amy. I think if I remember right, he caught a rabbit one time, and he just didn't really know what to do with it.
I actually caught it.
Yeah, it's like the dog that finally catches something, you don't really know what to do with it.
One thing about this story is, we're just telling it. We weren't there.
Correct.
I'm sure it was traumatizing.
Oh, it had to be for everyone.
Because I'm sure it wasn't just this dog getting shot 3 times and just killing over dead silently. I'm sure it was a very traumatic scene.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It is. It's heart-wrenching.
I don't like to hear of animals being killed. I mean, I love them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like this all boils down to the owner. You should have had a leash.
A dog yelps. And when you hear a dog in extreme pain like that, it's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
I'm sure it was a very, very traumatic scene for the people who were there.
Oh, definitely.
And listen, it's a heartbreaking thing for the guy that shot the dog.
And for his owner, too. I feel sorry for the owner. I really do.
Yeah,
and
I do
so
too
does
as
this
well.
guy. This guy sounds like he truly feels sorry for the owner.
Nobody feels worse. The owner, of course, feels the worst.
Oh, yes.
But
Absolutely.
Nobody outside of the owner, the guy who shot the dog, has got to feel terrible about all this.
Sure.
All right, we have really got to go. 8:26 on Nashville's Morning News. So many folks buried in credit card debt these days. Loan Pronto can help you. What if you could be credit card debt-free in 10 days and save as much as $1,000 a month? Well, you can with Loan Pronto. And with Loan Pronto, you don't have to do a full home refi. You can simply tap a small portion of the equity in your home and enjoy a super low monthly payment. Ask about their amazing VA loan program as well. Call them today at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS number 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11 or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. I'm going to tell you when it's going to rain again during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Well, I won't. Stefano DiPietro will. But we'll have him for you. there in 5 minutes. For the first time ever, the United Auto Workers Union is calling on hundreds of thousands of workers to strike at the big three automakers at the same time. Here's the union president, Sean Fain.
The price of vehicles went up 30% in the last 4 years. CEO pays went through the roof. They're already millionaires. They went up 40%. Our workers got 6% pay increases. And inflation went up 19%. We're going backwards.
Well, the union's seeking a 36% boost in pay, a 4-day work week, and the return to pension and retiree benefits. Right now in Nashville, Metro Council member Freddie O'Connell's the next mayor. He says the work starts right now.
I start with what our metro government, our local government is supposed to be doing, supposed to be offering people. I want to rebuild some of the confidence in some of the fundamentals, the sidewalks and trash collection, just the way we have the government oriented as a customer service organization. That is going to help people live here more effectively.
O'Connell, the new vice mayor, several new council members will have their first meeting in their new roles on October 23rd. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Investors were taking a breather after Thursday's rally. Before the opening bell, Dow futures were slightly higher. NASDAQ futures were down a little. The Standard & Poor's 500 was unchanged going into the trading day. The Dow Jones yesterday gained 331 points and edged a little closer to 35,000. The Standard & Poor's 500 closed 0.8% higher. The Nasdaq had a similar percentage gain. The United Auto Workers Union has launched an unprecedented strike against GM, Ford, and Stellantis, the maker of Chrysler, after negotiators failed to reach a last-minute deal on a new contract. There has never been a simultaneous walkout against the big three automakers. At the same time, the organization that represents TV content producers will resume talks with striking writers next week. The members of the Writers Guild of America have been off the job since May. No talks are planned yet to settle the actors' strike.
All right. We are 3 minutes into the new trading day. Let's check it. Right now, the Dow is down 50 points. S&P down 16. NASDAQ down 44. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. Mark Spain Real Estate, Dan Mandis here. Now is a great time to sell your home with Mark Spain Real Estate and their guaranteed offer. Now, this is a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, or as I like to say, this is hassle-free selling. You don't have to worry about restanding your deck or fixing the roof or keeping your home clean for showings and open houses. With Mark Spain Real Estate, they've got nearly 10,000 five-star reviews. This is the most trusted real estate team in America. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home. There's no obligation. Call Mark Spain today. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get that guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. Hey, if you need a personal injury attorney, John Griffith is the guy you need to call. This is who I endorse and all the professionals at Griffith Law. Now, John was honored as the Outstanding Trial Lawyer of the Year here in the state of Tennessee a few years back, and that's one of many reasons why I endorse John Griffith and all the folks at Griffith Law. He's not afraid to go to trial if it means a better outcome for you. So listen, you may not need a personal injury attorney now, maybe not tomorrow, next week, or next year. But if you ever do, remember the guy that I endorse, John Griffith. That phone number is 615-807-7900. Find out more about John at his website. It's griffithinjurylaw.com. griffithinjurylaw.com. 615-807-7900 for personal injury attorney, John Griffith. (8:39). Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos. My favorite segment of the week, because it's my last segment of the week. Chris Hand is here. Morning, Chris.
Good morning, sir.
And we've got Johnny B over there across the glass. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, Dan, we need to fix Chris's mic there. I mean, his camera.
Oh.
We can't. Now he can see.
And we see Brother Chris.
Now we can see Chris.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ken's here as well. Hello, Ken.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
So, big programming announcement. There is something very exciting going on today on the Murphy Show on WTN.
Murphy Show.
What's going on, Dan?
Well, he's got the new mayor of Nash Francisco.
Oh.
Freddie O'Connell at noon.
Hey, can we get Freddie, because this may be, I hope this isn't a glimpse into, what his run as mayor is going to be. But
yeah.
Boy, that mic. Woo.
Oh, hey, Ken, can you play that audio of Freddie O'Connell that you've been playing all morning real quick?
With a bad microphone?
The one with the bad mic?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. I don't know if it's a bad mic or if it's just over-modulated, but I think this is it. Stand by.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Stand by for news.
Transition process. And it's going to focus on three important things that we've all talked about
Come
for
on,
the past
man.
year. How Nashville grows, how Nashville works.
I have a rule of
and how
thumb. I don't
Nashville
listen to
moves.
Democrats talk about transitioning.
Hey, Matt, if you're
Soy boy one.
Murphy Show, if you're listening, can you give Freddie O'Connell some microphone tips or maybe some?
Please.
I don't know if it's his fault. That might be from the source.
Ken, he's the mayor-elect. It's his fault. He's got a lead, man.
Yes, it all rolls down to him.
That's exactly right.
Boys, I just covered the news.
Okay.
Whatever.
And what else you got there?
Also, you know who's going to be on the Murphy Show today?
Murphy Show.
Who? Andy Ogles is going to be on with Matt Murphy in studio. I think they're going to hug it out, man.
Oh man, I just feel warm all over.
When they hug it out, they're going to be swaying to this song.
Yeah, they are. I can see them.
Do you think Matt Gaetz and Kevin McCarthy will ever hug it out?
No.
Those guests couldn't be more polar opposite.
No.
Low T Freddie and then based Andy Ogles.
There you go.
Could you imagine if Matt Gaetz was the speaker?
Oh man.
Sign me up for that.
By the way, By the way, great. Just a peek behind the scenes. So when the news is going on, I'm desperately trying to figure out a good theme song for Andy and Matt. Because, if you don't know, they've had some issues.
Beef.
Reuniting.
Yeah,
They've had some
bit.
beefs
Yeah.
with each other.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I said, what is a good song? And then I don't know who said reunited first. I think it was Chris said reunited first.
That's Brother Chris.
And I said, that's stupid. What else do you got? And then you said,
I said, what about Team by Lord?
No, I don't
that's
even
a
know
good
what that
song.
is. And then you said,
And then I said, Get Along by Kenny Chesney.
no.
Then I said, You've Got a Friend by Carole King.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. And so then Johnny suggested reunited. And I said, hey, Johnny, that's a great suggestion.
I said, perfect, Johnny.
Yeah. After
So-
you told Chris that was not.
That's exactly right.
He used more expletives, too.
He did he?
That's bleeping dumb.
So you got McCarthy'd.
Yeah.
I got McCarthy.
Oh, you're saying I used
Yeah.
expletives.
Yeah.
I did. We've been so for the F-bomb today, we've been calling it
Getting McCarthy.
Getting McCarthy.
All right. I like
Because
it.
when you drop in the F-bomb, McCarthy.
You get McCarthy'd.
I don't McCarthy people as often as I used to.
It was
Well, you got children now.
well, you know what?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
You know
wait till
what?
they're teenagers.
Yeah.
Freddie
Then you-
O'Connell's the new mayor of Nash Francisco. We're going to be using the McCarthy an awful lot in the next 4 years.
Yes, we are.
I like Nash Francisco. That's
Do
really
you?
funny.
I see that was from a super texter.
I think that's money. It's so
I-
much better than Nash Vegas.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
for the
it
love of-
is.
Stop with Nash Vegas.
Yeah, Nash Vegas has worn out.
Where did that come from?
That's been a long. That's been said here a long time.
Yeah.
It's been said here the entire time I've lived here, which has been a long time.
Now, you know what's going to be awkward?
What's that, Brother Dan?
What's going to be awkward is if Ogles and Matt get in a fight.
I hope not.
Like, what if they get in a fight?
They're not going to get in a
After
fight.
hugging it out and all
Yeah.
this time, then they get into a big fight.
I bet they don't.
It would be so good for radio.
It would.
Well, that would be the case.
It would be compelling.
Hey, Matt, if you're listening, if it comes to fisticuffs, make an appointment. Say it'll come at like 1:17.
Yeah.
Right? Set a radio appointment for it.
Yeah, in fact,
Hey, coming up after the news, me and Andy got to really, fight.
at 125.
At 125.
You want to be right here
Mm-hmm.
on Big Super Talker.
There you go.
No soy boys here.
Soy boy free.
That's right.
Soy boy free. All right. You brought some audio today.
Yes. I bring the memes.
Whoever you are, Chris.
I brought the memes.
You brought the meme. So what is this?
All right. So this is a meme that's been floating around of Joe Biden sitting down Hunter after finding out he's been indicted on the gun charge.
Oh, I love it.
All right. This is a video, is it?
So
And
the
I've
video,
got
it's
the audio.
so we have the audio, obviously, but the video I just retweeted on the Super Talk Twitter account.
Okay.
The video is gold, but the audio is really good too.
What are you doing here?
Well, look, this thing about a gun. I guess you get asked, I don't guess, you get asked the question, are you on drugs? You use drugs.
I probably smoke more Parmesan cheese than anyone. It's hard. I went one time for 13 days without sleeping.
Not a joke.
And smoking crack and drinking vodka exclusively.
Incredible.
Throughout that entire time.
I'm proud of my son. So darn proud. Look.
Not one serious journalist has ever come to the conclusion that I did anything wrong or that my father did anything wrong.
Thank you.
Smartest man he knows, Joe Biden, saying of Hunter Biden. Smartest man he knows.
That's my boy.
I'll have to check that out.
You have to. It's on the Super Talk Twitter account.
You think Hunter's actually going to do any time?
No,
I don't think so either. I mean, I covered it today, but
I mean, as soon as they said that they were going to charge him, I was like, they're throwing us a bone.
well, yes, they're number one, they're throwing us a bone. Number two, by the time if he ever ends up going to jail, Kamala Harris, because I don't know if Biden's going to make it through his whole term. Kamala will then come out and pardon Hunter.
It's like starting to be more and more realistic that Joe just doesn't make it.
Yeah. Looks like it.
Define just doesn't make it.
I wanted to leave it
Yeah,
open-ended.
I knew it.
I wanted to leave it open-ended.
Leave that open? Is that what you're doing?
Yep.
Okay.
You know,
very good.
Well, and again,
let the listeners decide.
All these polls, man, like I said a couple of days ago, USA Today, the polls, vast majority of the people they say they surveyed said Trump's better with the economy by far than Biden.
Yeah.
Trust him much more. And then you've got that CNN poll that we were talking about. CNN.
What have you?
CNN is starting to sound schizophrenic when they're covering Biden.
No,
they are. Like, there's one segment I'm going to play today where they just start listing off all of Joe Biden's lies.
Yep.
And then there's another segment that I'm going to play today where they're like somber about Hunter Biden's gun charge, and all of a sudden, Second Amendment advocates.
Really?
It's the weirdest thing.
Well,
They're
one
bipolar, Biden polar.
Biden polar. Well, I think part of what's going on is, you have this David Ignatius from the Washington Post, CNN now doing what they're doing. Basically, what they're telling Biden is it's time to go.
Well,
this is the Democrats and the apparatus telling Biden it's time to go.
Well, and Obama has given CNN permission to do this now, so that's why they're going after him.
Well, listen, Obama is the one that said, never underestimate Joe's ability to F things up. And boy, was he right.
Never underestimate Joe's ability to McCarthy things up.
That's exactly right. What's, we got to put a copyright on that or something.
Can we do that?
Probably not.
We don't do it. Is that in the budget?
No.
You even had to ask.
All right. What? First of all, it's moving right along. I got a big meeting later. I can't be going in there with the negative juju of talking about the budget. I already criticized the company for having a big meeting on a Friday.
I heard that.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, it was fun.
You think anybody else heard it? That's
I don't
important.
know. Am I supposed to go? I don't really check my email.
Are you nice? Good. Are you a department head?
No.
All right. Good.
Perfect.
Not yet. Give it time.
Things I won't sign up for $500, Alex.
I get the feeling my demotion is imminent. Anyway, what's coming up after 9?
Well, speaking of budgets, we're going to talk about the impending government shutdown. And apparently, our boy Zelensky is going to be visiting Washington next week to pull his Bernie Sanders impersonation and ask for more money. So we're going to talk about that.
Is he really coming here to ask for more money?
Yeah, $21 billion in new aid.
Wearing his sweatshirt.
Wow.
You know what? I want to fly to Washington D.C. and just make a little sign that says, McCarthy, you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I do.
All right, what else is going on? We got 3 other guys here. Feel free to jump in.
We're also gonna play that CNN audio where they're calling out Biden's lies. Play the audio where
by the way, they missed a big one.
What did I miss?
CNN missed a big one.
Which one?
They went through it's a minute 36 cut. I played it way back in the 6th. So you're okay. A minute 36 cut, and they forget the one about the Delaware house fire.
Oh, he almost lost his Corvette.
He almost, and his cat.
And his wife. We almost lost a couple of
that was a
firefighters
that was a tough time for the Bidens. Maybe they just didn't want to bring up tragedy.
Sure. Maybe that's what it is.
It's also an agenda-free Friday.
Yeah.
So we do it every Friday, and I let you dictate where the conversation goes. So if you want to be talking about dogs in the park or Zelensky begging for money, we can go down those rabbit holes together.
All right.
Holding hands.
The dog was chasing a squirrel. That's apparently what was going on. The dog was chasing a squirrel. The guy was too terrified to get back in his car, yet not terrified enough to pull out his gun.
I mean, so I tweeted at what's her face? You know the Congress lady that's
Heidi Campbell?
Yep, Heidi Campbell. So what a garbage take about gun rights. Like this is what you wanted when you let guns back in parks. It's like, all right.
Is that what she said?
Yeah. I'm paraphrasing, but it was a garbage take. So I tweeted a trash bin at her.
A trash bin?
Yeah, just a trash bin.
Garbage comment. Very good. Okay.
Into the trash it goes.
It's awfully based of you, Chris. 8:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Business is booming over at Stoltzco. The question is why? It is because they build great pole barns, and more Tennesseans are figuring that out. So if you're hearing this commercial and you've got a piece of property, maybe a section of your land that you don't know what to do with, put up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. They can be a classic tool and work barn, a garage, a place to live. Call Stoltz Co. today at 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can check out their handiwork at their website. It's stoltzco.com, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. You can also find them on Instagram or Facebook. Stoltz Co., where quality workmanship and great customer service is affordable.
Sponsored by Club Car Wash.
Imagine all the hits you love in one collection. Live it up with favorites like I Won, Did You Hear Me? I Won! Or the timeless treasure, I Just Won $5,000! And who can forget the all-time classic, Look Who's Going on Vacation! Get your hands on the cash-loaded Hit Instant Games collection at your nearest Tennessee Lottery retailer. And let the good times roll. Only from the Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun. Please play responsibly.
From Scott Fox. For the workers, this is something more. This is a time to reset the balance between workers and management.
CEOs pushing back on United Auto Workers' demands. And speaking of the auto industry, another story about your privacy and when you enter things into your navigation system. Details at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 8:57 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Coming up next, Chris Hand, followed at noon by a very busy Matt Murphy show. Freddie O'Connell, new mayor of Nash Francisco, is going to be here at noon. And then we've got Andy Ogles. They'll be hugging out their differences coming up at 1 o'clock here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And there is a lot going on here on Super Talk. Brian Wilson after the news at 3 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at the Glock store. Never knew how much I'd actually enjoy firearms training until I actually did that firearms training. And the Glock store in Nashville is my place to train. Now, you should check them out today. They've got private shooting rooms to help you get better. Now, their mission is to teach home and self-defense skills. And right now, they're offering immersive group classes. For example, they've got Women-Only Wednesdays, where ladies can learn everything from the basics to general marksmanship. It is taught by women, for women, and it's a lot of fun. More information can be found at their website, shoot270.com, shoot270.com. Click on events and classes. This is my place to train.